Dear colleagues, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all today for a daily meeting. This morning, the Bureau held its 11th meeting. The Bureau reviewed the progress of work, and I recorded that during its prolonged meeting yesterday, the committee inscribed 13 new properties on the World Heritage List, including one also on the list of World Heritage in danger, and approved one extension. Let me congratulate once again all states parties concerned. The drafting group established on draft decision 8B24 has met once more today, and I encourage its efforts. We will come back to it later during the session once an agreed text is ready for adoption. I also informed the Bureau members that today we will resume the examination of item 8B in the order in which they are indicated on the calendar, circulated yesterday and available on the World Heritage Center's website. This updated calendar takes into account the various time zones to the best extent possible. I take this opportunity to inform you that due to the very heavy agenda still ahead of us, we may need to consider having a prolonged session today until 4:30 p.m. Paris time, unless, of course, we are as efficient as yesterday. I will advise you in the course of the day. After concluding item 8B, we will move to items 8D, 8E, and 9A, all proposed for adoption without discussion. Regarding item 8C, which was initially foreseen to be examined today at 2:45 p.m., I informed the Bureau that we will need to shift it to later on tomorrow, as the Secretariat needs a bit of time to finalize the related document and share it.
You are muted,
And
President.
the 12 would also need to be adjusted accordingly to also be examined at the same time on Friday.
Mr. Chair, apparently the Fuzhou connection was muted.
It's okay. Can you hear me, committee members?
Yes, now.
Okay. I will go on. So I will repeat this paragraph again. The Bureau heard a report from the chairperson of the Budget Working Group, during which she informed the Bureau that the group had now concluded its work and that draft decisions 11 and 12 would also need to be adjusted accordingly to also be examined at the same time on Friday. I look forward to their outcomes as well. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we now resume the examination of nominations. I invite ICMOS to present the nomination, the Porticoes of Bologna, Italy. ICMOS, you have the floor.
This presentation is of the ICMOS evaluation of the Porticoes of Bologna, Italy. Next slide. The serial nomination focuses on the portico as a typology, which, although spread worldwide, is considered to find its most complete representation in Bologna. Spanning a period from the 12th to the 20th century, the 12 component sites reflect different portico typologies, as well as urban and social functions and chronological phases. And they've been selected as the most representative of a much larger assemblage of porticos within the city of Bologna. Originally constructed to enlarge domestic space, as set out in municipal statutes dating from 1288, They later came to be appreciated as shelters against the weather, as prime locations for merchant activities, and as they spread across the city as a key characteristic of Bologna's urban form. Despite the additional information received throughout the evaluation process, the comparative analysis fails to present a robust justification for the limited selection of component sites, particularly when it comes to more recent porticos, or for the chronological perspective that has been adopted. In addition, the comparisons do not clearly justify how the porticos selected should be considered to stand out, either in terms of the influences they exerted over other places, or as a type of architectural ensemble. The 12 component sites consist of ensembles of porticos and their surrounding built areas, all located within the municipality of Bologna. During the course of the evaluation, exchanges between ICOMOS and the state party resulted in adjustments to the boundaries to include the buildings of which the porticos are a part, as well as sections of the surrounding urban spaces. Despite these changes to the boundaries, underlying issues remain, and also some components were extended to areas that were not visited by the ICOMOS technical evaluation mission. Next slide. While the state party's efforts to expand the areas of the component sites are appreciated, ICOMOS considers that the fundamental nature of the series remains unchanged with the catalogue of porticos, that the functional links between the component sites have not been sufficiently justified, and that it remains unclear how the nominated property can be seen to reflect an urban system. Next slide. In summary, none of the proposed criteria have been justified at this stage. The role that the municipal statutes of 1288 played in laying the foundation for the development of porticos over time has not been sufficiently explained and documented in terms of how they influenced the evolution of porticos from architectural elements to fully covered walkways with an urban function. The conditions of integrity have not been met at this stage, mainly because of the issues related to the selection of component parts and the definition of their boundaries. The current legal protection is inadequate since only 2 of the components are designated at national level. No specific management system has been developed for the nominated serial property, although the historic centre of Bologna is managed in its entirety from a heritage perspective. And while a management plan has been developed, it is rather more theoretical than operational. Next slide. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the examination of the Porticoes of Bologna be deferred to the World Heritage List for the following main reasons. There's a need to refocus the justification for inscription, to reflect an urban system of covered walkways which define the urban identity of the city of Bologna and contribute to its sense of place and social dynamics. Further research should be undertaken on the role that the municipal statutes of 1288 had on the relationship between public and private spaces in the medieval city. Further documentation is also needed on the evolution of the porticos from an architectural element of a building to covered walkways with an urban function. The boundaries should be revised to reflect the functional links between covered walkways. All component sites should have the highest level of legal protection available. The management and monitoring system should be revised and strengthened in the light of a refocused nomination. ICOMOS considers that such a revised nomination would need to be considered by an expert mission to the site. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see there are representatives asking for the floor. Dear committee members, due to the heavy workload today, I have to kindly ask you to be very brief. So I thank you for your understanding and support. Now, Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to you also. Mr. Chairman, this is an innovative nomination, which presents a unique concept of urban development that evolved since the 13th century, maintaining the same standard of time and crafting the identity of the city of Bologna. Like most things that are innovative, this nomination has to face many challenges since the moment of its conception. Different methodological approaches would have been viable, but the state party, after listening to the representative of the local community and the expert from the renowned University of Bologna, preferred the novel idea of a serial nomination focusing on the famous Porticoes of Bologna. In its interim report, ICOMOS did not favor this approach and recommended the extension of the perimeter of the site in order to include additional elements from each urban context. Although this signaled a different perspective, the state party accepted the comments provided by the advisory body and duly adjusted the boundaries of the property. When you find convenient, Mr. President, we would like to hear more details from the state party on the difference of approaches. In its different perspective, we do not see an essential divergence between the advisory body and the state party of the substantive aspect of the sites. Its potential for outstanding universal value was recognized by ICOMOS, and we understand from what we read and in the report and from the information received from the state party that two criteria may be duly justified. Criterion 2, as the Porticoes of Bologna have been throughout history an open space for human interchange and social and cultural values, and Criterion 4, as the Porticoes are an exceptional symbol for the special architectural typology the portico inherit from ancient history and refashioned in medieval Europe since the 12th century. In fact, with 62 kilometers of porticos, Bologna is the only city in the world that can boast of such large variety of these elements encompassing wide temporal art in the history of architecture. The advisory body has also considered that the necessary conditions of authenticity have been met. Considering integrity, there remain the difference of perspective as to the boundaries that result from the methodological approach adopted by. But ICOMOS agreed that conservation measures are appropriate. Finally, as regards protection and management, the evaluation seems to contain a few inaccuracies, as the entire nominated area is protected by municipal regulation and national protection measures based on the Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape, which affords the highest level of protection to cultural heritage. There is also a management plan in place, which is a steering committee responsible for the administration of the property. So we do not understand the reservation expressed in the report. Perhaps the state party may also give us further clarification on this point, if you allowed it, Mr. Chair. To conclude, we understand that the fundamental divergence between advisory board and the state party in this nomination lies not in the nature of the site, but in a more formal, perhaps academic discrepancy on the question of how to describe it. This should not lead us simply to defer the nomination, but rather to reflect more deeply about the ways we have been doing things here. In this committee session, we have seen new challenges, new issues, new approaches. Maybe the approach adopted by the state party does not conform exactly to our usual frames of analysis, but does not mean that the approach is wrong, or should that invite us instead to consider a broadening of our own perspective. Our view is clear, Mr. Chair. We gladly recommend the committee to inscribe the Porticoes of Bologna on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Now I give the floor to Dr. Rosler for some announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt the debate, but apparently there are again issues with the web page. So my colleagues will put the links to the YouTube channels in the chat. So for your colleagues from the different delegations following via the web page, they can go to the YouTube channel. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to highlight the significant experience of the State Party in conserving, managing, protection, and promoting World Heritage, and to thank Italy for the submission of this nomination file, which aims at introducing a new architectural element to the list of World Heritage. We are also grateful to the advisory bodies for their assessment and evaluation. In order to present the value of this complex property, the State Party chose a serial approach, which describes how the portico system is a unique feature of the city of Bologna. The portico is an architectural element adopted in many cities, but it finds its most complete representation in Bologna since the 12th century to the present time. More interestingly, in Bologna, the porticos have shaped the social life and the identity of the city. This is, in our view, the most significant aspect of this candidature, which focuses on the social interactions and cultural life which thrived thanks to the portico system. We understand that during the dialogue on this candidature, ICOMOS acknowledged the potential OUV. Based on the recommendations from the advisory bodies, the State Party made some important modification to the candidature file. I would ask the State Party, if you allow me, Mr. Chair, to explain what they did to answer to ICOMOS recommendations that emerged during the dialogue. Finally, based on this rationale, we support the amendment aimed at the inscription of the site, together with some recommendations to the State Party, which should be addressed through fruitful dialogue with the advisory body. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I will give the floor to the State Party after the committee members. So I hope the State Party can focus on the questions. Now, Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a very good day to all the distinguished colleagues. Norway has with great interest reviewed the nomination dossier for the Porticoes of Bologna. The 12 components are claimed to represent the concept and development of porticos over the last 900 years. It is indeed a very narrow phenomena being proposed, and we wish to express our concerns for the narrow approach in the nomination itself, only including the porticos, and not the surrounding urban and social context within which the porticos are an integrated system. One architectural element of the facades is singled out from the buildings it belongs in and its relation to the urban pulse of the city. We note that the boundaries have been adjusted after the site visit, but that deems the current considerations related to integrity and authenticity more or less irrelevant, as these extensions are not part of the evaluation. Based on the available information, we struggle with seeing how each of the components specifically contribute to OUD in accordance with paragraph 137 of the operational guidelines. And we also wish to recall the World Heritage Expert meeting on serial nominations in Ittingen in 2010, which concluded with a warning against presenting catalogues where clear definitions of the functional links between the components are omitted. The justification for deferral is, in our opinion, very sound and well-founded. The nomination would clearly benefit from further work and reconfiguration in line with ICOMOS' clear considerations and recommendations. And we would indeed truly welcome back a revised nomination. Norway therefore supports the draft decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to all. We support the amendments put forward by Brazil to amend the draft decision with a view to inscribe this very important site together with some of the recommendations at our current session. Chair, we thank Italy for submission of this nomination file, which aims at introducing a new element on the list. Looking at the pillars of the OUV, both criteria 2 and 4 have been, for us, duly satisfied based on the explanations given by the State Party. For the porticos as an open space of of public use and social relation, and as a sign of a significant phase in human history for architecture. Bologna presents an unparalleled total length of porticos, 62 kilometers. It is the only city in the world that boasts such a great architectural variety of these elements, as well as a remarkably long temporal arc across which they were created. The state party chose a serial nomination, but accepted, Mr. Chair, the comments provided by the advisory body in the interim report, and thus extended the perimeter of the site in order to incorporate a broader urban context as key parts of the city of Bologna. The state party might implement further boundary revisions after the inscription, also with the assistance of an advisory mission, as reflected in the amendment that was submitted by Brazil and to which we fully subscribe. Mr. Chair, since the 13th century, when a municipal statute made their construction mandatory, the Porticoes of Bologna have evolved as a system together with the city itself. The potential value of this candidate seems to be recognized by ICOMOS itself, with the evaluation that led to the notion of deferral seems to focus more on the methodological aspect than on the substance. If we may say, we deal here with an academic confrontation on how to describe this property and not on the nature of the site itself, which is of outstanding universal significance. We will have two questions, Mr. Chair, if you allow us. The first question to the state party would be that we understand that there might have been misunderstandings on the measures implemented regarding protection. For this reason, we'd like to ask the state party to elaborate on how the site protection system works concretely. And a second question, if you allow us, Chair, would be to explain to us what the state party did to answer the recommendations of ICOMOS that emerged during this dialogue. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. I will give the state party the floor to answer the question after the committee members. Now, Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We would like to thank Italy for nominating the Porticoes of Bologna on the World Heritage List, as well as ICOMOS for its assessment. The serial nomination represents unique historical and architectural features. So also a social model, a place of integration and exchange, in which the main actors of the city, namely the citizens, the migrants, and the students, live and share time and ideas, relationship and thoughts. We do believe that this inscription will enrich the World Heritage List, and we thus support the amendments presented by the Ambassador of Brazil for the inscription of this site in today's session based on criteria 2 and 4. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oman also would like to thank the state party, Italy, for preparing the nomination dossier for this property. This property has been proposed for nomination based on criteria 2 and 4, as we have heard. Criteria 2 requires the existence of important human values in architecture, monument arts, town planning, and landscape design. We believe that this site positively responds to all such requirements. The 62 kilometers of historical porticos coherently summarized in the 12 selected components represent, in fact, a unique of original architecture solution to harmonize the private property with the public demands for interaction spaces. The great success for this solution led to its legal regulation and extension of the entire city already in the medieval time, resulting in the creation of that unique urban landscape that still characterize the city. Chairman, Excellencies, criterion 4 requests that the property can be regarded as a type of structure representing significant stage in human history. Again, we believe that this property fully meets this criteria. This such can be considered a major component in the success of Bologna as a multicultural city of learning. In fact, they allowed visitors and students from entire Europe to benefit from the dissemination of knowledge provided by the Alma Mater Studium, the oldest university in the Western world. Of course, the movement of student arts, architecture across Europe led to the widespread diffusion of this architectural solution. Still, this site represents the highest example of the complex structure and social model and its exceptional preservation through the centuries. For these reasons, Oman strongly support the immediate inscription of this important property in the World Heritage List. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, as you have realized that we have a very heavy agenda today. So there are still quite a number of committee members on my speakers list. I'd like to kindly ask you to be very brief if it is only to fully support or second the proposal made by the previous colleagues. I thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Now, Mali, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, nous voudrions d'abord adresser nos félicitations à l'Italie pour cette proposition d'inscription des portiques de Bologne. Nous notons qu'aucun doute n'a été exprimé quant à l'importance exceptionnelle et universelle de ce bien basé sur la définition du portique comme un espace privé à usage public, qui est une caractéristique essentielle pour la potentielle valeur universelle exceptionnelle, qui est la base même de l'ensemble des propositions d'inscription. Par ailleurs, cette inscription constitue une question très importante pour les communautés fortement impliquées et intéressées par la proposition d'inscription et placées au centre des processus de gestion, comme le souligne également l'ICOMOS. Par ailleurs, il faut souligner l'engagement de l'État italien à adapter et améliorer le projet de proposition d'inscription en suivant les recommandations reçues de l'ICOMOS. En fait, en acceptant la suggestion d'étendre davantage le périmètre initialement limité au portique, il a été décidé, avec la documentation supplémentaire envoyée avant le 28 février 2021, d'élargir les périmètres des parties constitutives du bien en incorporant, comme demandé, un contexte urbain plus large en tant que partie clé de la ville de Bologne. Ce sont là des efforts considérables qu'il faut prendre en compte et qui nous permettent de donner notre avis favorable à l'inscription de ces biens pendant cette session. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time and to honor your request, I'll be very brief and we'd like to support the consensus to inscribe Bologna on the World Heritage List in this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Hungary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hungary would like also to join the state parties supporting the inscription of the property on the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thailand supports the amendment proposed by Brazil to inscribe the Porticoes of Bologna in the World Heritage List as it meets all the requirement of OUV and the condition of authenticity and integrity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Norway, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for taking the floor again. We are aware of the amendment for inscription, and we do hear where the sentiment of the room is moving. But firstly, then, we wish to express our concerns for the management and the protection of the property, which must be in place for OUV to be recognized. And further, our recommendation for the committee members in favor of moving the decision would be to consider first and foremost a referral. But if still wishing to inscribe, it should be limited to the inscription solely on criterion 4, as the information provided in our opinion for criterion 2 is not supported by evidence. The influences suggested by the state party are very general. Some refer to works of artists dating from a period where some of the components did not even yet exist. And there is limited evidence as to what sites were influenced by the nominated porticos. This is a clear example that further work is needed to fully comprehend and appreciate the significance of the porticos and the proposed values, and we regret this push towards inscription. Questions to ICOMOS. In the amendment for inscription, a mission is requested. We need a clarification of this. What type of mission should be sent? And further, the boundaries are changed. How can that be addressed? And thirdly, we wish to ask for further comments on the concept here of a catalog versus a serial site. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the state party, Italy, to answer the questions raised by the committee members. Please focus on the questions and try to be brief. Italy, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At the outset, I would like to express our solidarity with China for the flooding that affected your country, and thank you to the committee members for their comments and questions. At this regard, I would like to confirm the commitment of Italian authorities in this project at all levels. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I give the floor to the Professor Ceccarelli of the University of Bologna. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the committee, Italy always takes into great consideration the technical opinions of ICOMOS, implementing all their recommendations. We required an additional consultative meeting which testifies to our esteem and engagement in a dialogue. Following ICOMOS's recommendations, the boundaries of the components part of the site were extended to incorporate a broader urban context in order to move from the architectural point of view toward a better representation of an urban system of covered walkways. We were able to create a synthesis, a compendium, not a catalog of the entire system of Bolognese arcades, selecting the most authentic, best preserved, and most significant components according to a criterion of representativeness. This was done in accordance with the global strategy and by distinguishing the relevant theme from the overrepresented category of the historic center. In addition, Italy supplied a detailed explanation regarding the damages and reconstruction after the Second World War, clarifying that the impact on the selected components of the site was minimal. As requested, Italy also provided additional information about the statutes of 1288, which imposed and regulated the construction of the porticos in Bologna and were unique in medieval Europe. Starting from medieval city, this model developed and evolved in multiple ways throughout the entire early modern and modern periods. Italy is prepared to further provide any remaining details on this topic. The serial property is fully protected on both national and local levels. A large number of buildings and urban spaces are listed under the National Code of Cultural Heritage and Landscape, and any intervention must be approved by the Ministry of Culture. Likewise, city planning includes safeguarding measures from the single buildings as well as for their broader territorial context. In Bologna, the protection and planning have a long-standing tradition and represent an internationally recognized model. Finally, a very useful tool are the municipal guidelines, which support both the private owners and the local government in managing and maintaining the porticos. In fact, active and effective participation of the community is one of the strong points of this nomination. Italy assures the committee of its utmost commitment to implementing all the additional recommendations that the committee would give us with the inscription of the site. We would be grateful to the WHC and the ICOMOS for any further suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you for your sympathy and support towards the Chinese people in the flood-stricken areas. Thank you for your response clarification. Now I give the floor to Guatemala. You have the floor.
Buenos días, muchas gracias. Pues me gustaría expresar que Guatemala reconoce que la serie de los pórticos de Bologna es un sistema que es reconocido tanto a nivel nacional como internacional, ya que representa todas las fases y esas interacciones históricos, sociales, urbanas y arquitectónicas que han tenido lugar en Bologna. Asimismo, damos nuestro voto de confianza a los informes que ha presentado ICOMOS, ya que no vemos la necesidad de aislar ese pórtico de toda la edificación, ya que como bien se ha mencionado, esta función del pórtico era crear esa interacción entre los espacios, tanto el exterior como el interior. Por lo tanto, creemos que sería más constructivo tener un enfoque más integral. Sin embargo, no nos oponemos a este consenso que ya se ha alcanzado. Y por lo tanto, también en primera instancia felicitamos al Estado parte por todos los esfuerzos que ha hecho dentro de este proceso. Vemos que ha habido un diálogo muy abierto. Asimismo, pues recalcamos ese compromiso y la necesidad de atender todas las recomendaciones que ya ha dado ICOMOS en aras de la protección de esos bienes y su correcta transmisión del BUE, que es pues muy importante. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
I want to be very brief. Bosnia and Herzegovina strongly support the amendment of Brazil regarding Porticoes of Bologna. I don't want to repeat all my colleagues said about this important urban structure. It is important to have academic debates about these issues, but at the same time, we have to encourage local governments to invest more efforts in promotion of values they have on their side. So we need this energy from both sides. From both sides, from the government, from academic structures, and from, of course, international organizations like UNESCO. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to ICOMOS. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to stress that ICOMOS considers that this property has the potential to demonstrate outstanding universal value. And we do agree with what many state parties have said, that the large number of kilometers of porticos in Bologna are an extraordinary ensemble. Our concern is that the catalogue of 12 porticos cannot adequately reflect this enormous and prestigious and important urban system. Certainly, the boundaries have been...
Yes, please.
Certainly, the boundaries have been adjusted, but that adjustment meant that it was not just the portico aspect that was nominated, but the parts of the individual buildings to which they were attached were included. But this has not extended the scope.
Marley, please. I think your microphone has some problem. ICOMOS, please go ahead.
But extending the boundaries in the limited way that has been undertaken has not turned this catalogue of porticos into an urban system. And that is what ICOMOS considers is needed to fully reflect the way that the porticos permeated the city and shaped its character, as well as contributing to its social and economic functions. This cannot be accommodated within the limited range of the catalogue that's been so far nominated. We understand from the intervention of the state party and also what's indicated in the revised decision that it is the intention of the state party to enlarge the nomination to reflect more of the urban system and to acknowledge the fundamental influence.
Marley, I think your microphone is not unmuted. Marley, yeah. Okay, ICOMOS, you go ahead.
Thank you. We understand from the state party that they have the intention to take account of our recommendations and enlarge the nomination to reflect the urban system and acknowledge the fundamental influence and importance of the unique statutes of 1288, which influenced and shaped the development of the city. We are disappointed that this cannot be achieved through a deferral or even perhaps through a referral, because shifting the nomination from a catalogue to an urban system will bring the need to revise boundaries, to consider the selection of components, and to refocus the outstanding universal value. and we consider that it is not easy to achieve this after inscription has taken place. If the committee is so minded to move for inscription, we would like to comment that we do not consider that criterion 2 has been justified on the basis of the information that has been provided. There is no detailed documentation provided of the type of influence the porticos might have had in different parts of the world, or on any interchange of values, or overall any specificities on how that influence might be seen and understood. We also consider that if the property is inscribed, it would be highly unusual to ask for an advisory mission post-inscription to ask the advisory bodies to give further advice on the way the information should, the nomination should be reshaped. So we hope that the advisory mission can also be reconsidered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have listened very careful with great interest on this the debate that has just passed now, and we would like to recognize that the proposal that shows great flexibility by Norway, that this site could be inscribed only under criteria 4, is acceptable for us, and seems to be that it's acceptable also for the state party. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see no more questions in the comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.41. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments and the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment submitted by Brazil, co-authored by Bosnia and Herzegovina, as shown on the screen. We have no modifications proposed for paragraph 1, Mr. Chair.
Dear committee members, we will approve the text paragraph by paragraph. So for paragraph 1, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 2 inscribes the Porticoes of Bologna, Italy, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 4. However, now I would like to ask Brazil's confirmation whether we are going to turn it into only criterion 4 or not.
Brazil, please. You have the floor.
Our preference, Mr. President, of course, is that we inscribe it under criteria 2 and 4. But we have listened to Norway, and that has shown the flexibility in this regard, and we also want to show our flexibility. Therefore, if it is okay for Norway, we can accept their proposal just on criteria 4.
Okay. Norway is okay for you?
Thank you, Chair. We think this is a very, very wise approach, and we thank the distinguished colleague from Brazil for this proposal.
Okay. So, yeah, rapporteur. So for this paragraph, approve? Approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 3 takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. We have brief synthesis. We will have to remove criterion 2. Criterion 4, integrity, authenticity, and protection and management requirements. This is the end of paragraph 3, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 4 requests the state party to A, this is moved from the original paragraph 2A, further research and document the role that the municipal statutes of 1288 had on the relationship between public and private spaces in the medieval city, marking one of the decisive moments in the history of the capacity of the public authorities to assert their power and political control over the administration of a city. 4b, revise the boundaries to reflect the interconnections of the portico system by incorporating the functional links between the covered walkways within the perimeter of the property, in particular, in order to include the entirety of some streets, in brackets, Santa Caterina, Barraccano, Santo Stefano, and the landscape surrounding the portico and the Basilica of San Luca. C, ensure that all component parts that constitute the property will have the highest level of protection available. D, further strengthen the management and monitoring system. E, consider inviting an advisory mission to the property to assist in the implementation of the above recommendations.
Do you accept? Okay, approved. Go on. Oh, Novi, please.
I'm very sorry, Chair, as you already made a decision, but we're still a bit uncertain about the matter of the mission and taking into account ICMO's comments on that. Could we just quickly ask for a clarification with your indulgence? And if not, we will take our question back, of course. Thank you.
Okay. You will ask a question? No?
Thank you. It relates to the question we had as to what type of mission is appropriate to assist in these matters. So we would ask for a clarification from ICMOS very quickly, with your indulgence. Thank you.
ICMOS, please.
Thank you, Chair. We consider that it is rather unusual to consider an advisory mission after the property has been inscribed. We are certainly used to having advisory missions to look at recommendations for a referral, but not after a mission. So we would be a little unclear as to quite what the objectives of that mission would be. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's okay for you?
Well, thank you, Chair. The confusion is still there, but we do not wish to impede the progress any further. So I think we leave this in the hands of the committee and the distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Rapporteur, go ahead.
New paragraph 5 further requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022 a report on the implementation of the above mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Approve? Okay, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.41 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Italy on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Italy, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you and all members of the committee for this inscription. I invite everyone to enjoy the history of this beautiful city through its porticos. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I give the floor to the Italian Undersecretary for Culture, Lucia Borgonzoni, and to the representative of the Municipality of Bologna. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, President, honorable members of the committee and of the advisory bodies. Special thanks for organization to China presidency. It's a great honor for us to be here, special for me because I was born raised in Bologna. Thank you for the trust you gave us. The Porticoes of Bologna represent an extraordinary cultural heritage, a model of private space for public use, a place of excellency for social relation. The porticos reflect the identity of the city, talk about a strong sense of community's participation, who played a central role in this nomination. The Ministry of Culture will continue to support the city of Bologna in the protection and development of this heritage, an heritage of the city and of the entire world. Congratulations, Bologna. Now I leave the floor to the representative of the Mayor of Bologna, Mrs. Orioli.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the committee, I would like to thank all those who have committed to this extraordinary work, which has been recognized as deserving inscription on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Therefore, I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the permanent delegation, and the municipality of Bologna that I have the honor to represent. Above all, I would like to thank all the citizens of Bologna, because they were essential in this nomination process, whose role was crucial to preserve this extraordinary heritage, a testimony of how a private asset might contribute to the public good, recognizing its social use together with the urban one. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the institutions represented on the steering committee that worked together intensely and actively in the construction of this project. We are aware that this recognition is a great honor, and it is also a great responsibility to the world. We will continue to protect with renewed energy the heritage of the Porticoes of Bologna that humanity looks at. Bologna has always been a city open to the world, and it is even more so today. Thank you for this recognition.
Thank you. Once again, congratulations. Let's proceed then. I now invite ICMOS to present the nomination Gdansk Shipyard, the birthplace of solidarity and the symbol of the fall of the Iron Curtain in Europe, Poland. The draft decision concerning this nomination can be found in document whc/21/44.com/8b.add. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to remind that we received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, and this is to be found on page 99 of document INFAID-B4. Thank you.
Thank you. ICMOS, please, you have the floor.
Gdansk Shipyard, the birthplace of solidarity and the symbol of the fall of the Iron Curtain in Europe, Poland. On this evaluation, ICMOS has received a letter on factual errors. Next slide. The nominated Gdansk Shipyard includes part of the former Gdansk Lenin Shipyard, created after World War II by merging the historical Imperial and the Fuzhou shipyards, and then replanned in the communist era. The area has been nominated under criteria 4 and 6 and has been presented as a large-scale workplace reflecting associations with the emergence of the independent solidarity trade union movement, which after a decade of peaceful strikes and negotiations with the communist state led to Poland's freedom from communism in 1989. The state party deems that these events triggered a domino effect that ultimately led to the fall of the Iron Curtain and to the unification of Europe. The nomination dossier presents these events as being of outstanding universal significance for the way they altered the course of history. Next slide. The nominated property consists of a part of the Gdansk Lenin Shipyard and includes buildings, structures, a network of internal streets, railway tracks, slipways, and open spaces which are deemed to reflect communist planning and the main functions of a large-scale industrial shipbuilding facility. It also includes Solidarity Square with a monument to the fallen shipyard's worker of December 97 and a wall with commemorative plaques. The buffer zone encompasses a portion of Ostro Island railway that separates the city from the shipyard, whilst the south of the boundary follows the limits of the shipyard itself. The nominated dossier gives an account of the links between buildings and some spaces of the shipyard with activities of solidarity, but direct associations between the purported impact of solidarity on the above-mentioned changes have not been clearly set out. The role of solidarity in the fall of the Iron Curtain, the end of the Cold War, and the unification of Europe cannot be directly and explicitly read and understood at the nominated shipyard. So it is difficult to define what would be the potential attributes able to satisfy integrity and to understand which attributes would convey the proposed outstanding universal value. Therefore, it is unclear whether boundaries would be adequate, although ICOMOS notes that they have been drawn tightly. Next slide. A range of protective designations apply to the nominated property and plans exist to strengthen them. However, existing plans predating the nomination envisage large-scale building development in the nominated area and in the buffer zone, which are both mostly in private ownership, 90% and 80% respectively. A management plan coordinator has been appointed with a task force at the National Institute of Cultural Heritage, but no management structure or steering committee has been established yet. The draft management plan does not seem to have reached the necessary level of maturity and consolidated agreement on its content. The state of conservation of the nominated property is uneven, and the immense pressures for massive building development and redevelopment of the disused former industrial area will inevitably impact adversely on the tangible and intangible dimensions of the shipyard. Next slide. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. The extensive comparative analysis has not succeeded in demonstrating how the shipyard layout, architecture, and distribution of functions and operation would differ from any other large-scale industrial shipyard, and therefore able to tangibly reflect communist planning. Nor has the comparison demonstrated how the shipyard, as an exceptional example of communist planning, would reflect the event it is said to be associated with. It remains difficult positioning the actions of solidarity within the wider 20th century context and establishing their significance. Any assessment of the place's significance has to take cognizance of the value of the actions that the place represents. In ICOMOS' view, it is too early to make a judgment, as the historical period of the second half of the 20th century, within which comparison will have to be made, are yet to be defined. Neither criterion 4 nor 6 have been demonstrated. The nomination dossier clearly states that the place is primarily significant not as either a building or a specific architectural or technological ensemble, but as a large-scale industrial production ensemble, exemplar of communist planning that provided fertile ground for the emergence of the solidarity movement. Therefore, the Gdansk Shipyard is nominated essentially as a place of association. The nomination has not demonstrated the tangible and direct associations between the shipyard and the impact of solidarity on the fall of the Iron Curtain, the end of the Cold War, or the unification of Europe. Expanding solidarity's role beyond Poland appears problematic and is challenged by other appraisals of these events. The requirements of integrity and authenticity have not been met in terms of Gdansk Shipyard being able to tangibly reflect the proposed justification for inscription. Additionally, current envisaged developments are likely to have a considerable negative impact on the nominated property. In terms of protection and management, ICOMOS acknowledges the efforts made by the state party, but an agreed vision for the future of the nominated property as voltage seems still to be missing, nor is it clear what could be the way forward, whether planning provisions can be modified and development proposals downsized. ICOMOS considers that given the pressures, the high percentage of privately owned built assets, and the need for further dialogue as consensus has not been achieved yet, neither the protection nor the management instruments can guarantee effective outcomes in terms of conservation and protection of the nominated property. In summary, and beyond the identified technical issues, serious challenges emerge from this nomination. Although the focus of the dossier is a perceived positive outcome of the action of solidarity as a freedom movement, ICOMOS notes that the events with which solidarity is associated might be considered divisive at the global level. More importantly, the events this nomination wishes to commemorate are still very recent, given the dramatic changes and complex processes that these events triggered. Memories are still evolving, some of the protagonists of these events are still alive, and historic interpretation differ, as there is no consensus about whether solidarity or other freedom movements and protests in the former Eastern Bloc can be seen as decisive trigger for the fall of the Iron Curtain, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the end of the Cold War. And this poses challenges and risks with regard to the possibility of crystallizing in a definitive manner the scale and scope of the solidarity movement as it would be required for World Heritage recognition. The legacy of solidarity has already received international recognitions under the Memory of the World Register and the European Heritage label. These programs, however, have different rationale and requirements than the World Heritage Convention. ICOMOS finally notes that the nature of the nomination related to memorialization of and association with solidarity as a liberation movement suggests that other programs might be more suitable for the nominated property than the World Heritage Convention. Next slide. To conclude, and bearing in mind Article 12 of the World Heritage Convention, ICOMOS recommends that Gdansk Shipyard, the birthplace of solidarity and the symbol of the fall of the Iron Curtain in Europe, Poland, should not be inscribed on the World Heritage list. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Russia, please, you have the floor. Your microphone, Excellency, your microphone is muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our delegation fully shares the assessment of the site by ICOMOS and supports its final recommendation. Both are well-founded, since this nomination first appeared a long time ago under different titles, and ICOMOS had enough time and opportunities to study it with all necessary attention and care. We take note that the last technical evaluation mission visited the property quite recently, in January of this year. The main problem with this property is the fact that it focuses not so much on the shipyard itself, with its architecture and other structures, but rather on its political history and the ideological approach of the state party. It is this precisely that raises objections against this nomination. The outstanding universal value of the property cannot be based on something that cannot be universal by definition, a one-sided and politicized interpretation of recent history. Mr. Chair, let me just remind you about a number of situations in UNESCO, including this committee, when different and contested interpretation of history led to great difficulties and even crisis within this organization. I am asking the distinguished members of the committee, do we need more of that? Finally, there are plans to establish working group on sites associated with memories of recent conflicts and other negative or divisive memories. Do we need to anticipate the results of its work by approving a clearly politicized nomination? Therefore, we support the opinion of ICOMOS and approve the recommended decision about non-inscription. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Hungary, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Regarding this nomination, I would like to make a few general points. First, and to start with, I would like to underline that the universal international significance of the Polish trade union movement solidarity is commonly known and not contested to our knowledge by anyone. This has also been confirmed by the UNESCO community several times. For example, the sustained importance of solidarity and its influence on the democratic transformation of Europe and worldwide was demonstrated in UNESCO's publication History of Humanity. Similarly, in the memory of the World Register, UNESCO has already acknowledged that solidarity represents, and I quote, a turning point which was of primary importance to the history of the world. Against this background, we do understand the doubts expressed by Poland earlier concerning the assessment and recommendation of ICOMOS. Second, we also need to take into consideration that President Lech Walesa, a shipyard worker and the first chairman of Solidarity, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1983 for, I quote again, the campaign in favor of universal human rights and achievements of crucial significance for work towards strengthening the freedom of organizing in all countries. I just want to remind ourselves that Mr. Walesa now unambiguously supports the efforts to add the Gdansk Shipyard to the World Heritage List. Third, Hungary wishes also to highlight that the significance of the Gdansk Shipyard as a technical monument has also been acknowledged by the substantive opinions of independent non-governmental organizations, for example, Europa Nostra's Industrial and Engineering Heritage Committee, in the scope of the accomplishment of Criterion 4. Taking into account all these, and this is my fourth and concluding point, the fact that we are dealing with the tangible cultural heritage of an industrial complex with 200 years of continuous shipbuilding tradition and its eventful history, we as members of the World Heritage Committee should give the State Party of Poland the opportunity to clarify the outstanding universal value of the site. To that end, Hungary recognizes the validity of consideration of Gdansk Shipyard to be inscribed to the World Heritage List at some stage and has accordingly submitted a draft decision for deferral. In this amended draft decision, the State Party of Poland would be requested to revise the focus of the nomination, the corresponding comparative analysis, the justification for inscription and its reflection to the criteria and the respective boundaries. Furthermore, the State Party would be also requested to complete the survey of the physical condition of the historic buildings and other tangible attributes, and undertake a heritage impact assessment for any investment projects located within the boundaries. The revision of the local spatial development plans is also requested. To summarize, Chair, in our view, the requested revision of the nomination dossier will provide the committee with a more accurate basis to make an informed decision on this nomination. And in light of all these, our delegation believes that a deferral will give the State Party additional time to eliminate all existing concerns. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Ya saben que tradicionalmente España nunca ha discutido una no inscripción y eso se lo hicimos saber al Estado parte, que no, si sostenía la posición de llegar hasta el final, tendría que explicar bien cuáles eran las razones y que España no podía apoyarlo puesto que nunca ha planteado discutir una no inscripción. Hay una propuesta distinta de Hungría, pero estamos observando los diferentes enfoques. Hungría enfoca hacia la cuestión técnica y de la arquitectura. Rusia ha hecho una exposición cargada también de elementos en el que destaca la cuestión política y nosotros lo que querríamos sería que tomara la palabra el Estado parte para que nos explique por dos razones, por qué ha mantenido la candidatura y por qué le han dado el enfoque sobre todo de destacar el apartado de solidaridad, Solidarnosc, sabiendo que podía tener algunos riesgos desde el punto de vista de interpretación política, habida cuenta poco tiempo que hace. Pero en cualquier caso nos parecería clarificador que el Estado parte tomara la palabra y nos explicara cuáles son las razones para haberse conducido de esta manera hasta llegar aquí.
Thank you for your comment. I will give the floor to the State Party after committee members to answer the questions. Uganda, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Having reviewed the submissions in respect to the nomination of Gdansk Shipyard, the birthplace of solidarity, and the symbol of the fall of the Iron Curtain in Europe, Poland, Uganda has noted that the state party needed more time to streamline and properly document the comparative analysis, justification for site inscription, the realignment of the boundaries, and the selection of the right criteria. In this regard, my delegation supports the deferral of the examination of the nomination to allow the state party, with the advice of ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center, to, just like my distinguished colleague of Hungary did elaborate, revise the focus of the nomination, complete the survey of the physical condition of historic buildings, and undertake a complex conservation program to improve the state of conservation of the Gdansk Shipyard. Moreover, Mr. Chairman, since this committee will later in this session be examining a draft decision on sites of memories of recent conflict and other negative and divisive memories, it would be premature and presumptuous to decide to not to inscribe. Accordingly, therefore, my delegation supports the amendment to the draft decision proposed by Hungary. I rest my case.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just in response to this question, we would like to raise for the benefit of the committee and to help frame this discussion, a decision that the committee made in 2018 not to review sites that may be considered sites associated with memories of recent conflict until the committee had reached a decision on how to proceed. There are some fundamental questions in relation to this policy matter, namely whether and how the sites of memory associated with recent conflict relate to the purpose and scope of this convention. I would also note that some committee members are proposing a compromise in relation to a deferral, but we would also ask the committee to note that a decision not to inscribe is based on the technical evaluation that the nomination does not meet any of the requirements for OUV, whereas a deferral recommendation implies the potential for OUV. We would see these two strategies to be in conflict with one another. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. What we have in front of us is indeed a very difficult case. We wish to emphasize from the outset that the World Heritage Convention is a site-based convention, and our intervention emanates from this fact. Norway fully recognizes the importance and role of Solidarność and the significant contribution it played in our recent history as it unfolded during the 1980s. But that appears to be an intangible dimension in the context of this nomination to a site-based convention. The Gdansk Shipyard has in different configurations now been evaluated for the third time, with the evaluations of 1997-98 and 2007 coming to similar conclusions as the current with recommendation to not inscribe. The technical merits of the nomination as a technical, industrial, architectural heritage site are not found to meet the criteria proposed, and the evaluation highlights significant issues related to integrity, authenticity, state of conservation, as well as protection and management, in addition to considerable and unclear development plans which may affect the outstanding universal value potentially further. Norway therefore supports the original draft decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. China, please.
OK.
Yes, China. Yeah.
谢谢主席。中国代表团完全赞同 ICOMOS 对格但斯克船厂项目给出的建议，以及呢俄罗斯、西班牙、澳大利亚、挪威代表团刚刚发表的意见。众所周知啊，1972年的公约旨在保护有形的物质的遗产， 在这样一个背景下，缔约国将申报的重心放在对晚近历史的片面解读，而不是对船厂建筑本身价值的阐述上，无疑是对严重政治化的项目摆在了委员会的面前。假如此类政治化明显、存在严重分裂意见的项目，如果从不列入升档为 deferral， 必将为今后委员会的工作造成极大的隐患。我们充分理解各个缔约国申报世界遗产的热情和做出的努力，但是委员会正在讨论的这个格但斯克船厂的项目 ，ICOMOS 已经做出了明确的、科学的、严谨的评估的意见。ICOMOS 指出，这个项目完全不符合所申报的标准4，差距甚远。这个项目根本不具备物质遗产应有的突出意义。很明显，专业咨询机构认为这个项目呢根本不具有任何潜在的 OU 位。中方衷心希望委员会对咨询机构耗费巨大资源所做出的推荐意见予以更慎重的关注和应有的尊重。关于匈牙利提出的修正案，我们注意到该修正案建议缔约国重新确定提名目标、适用标准、比较研究和边界划境。中方认为，这些意见实际上已经是在缔约国重新组织申报，这就明显不属于发回重报的范围了。第四，中方支持维持咨询机构的评估建议，认为在上述的前提下，提出任何其他技术性建议显然都是不合理的。因此呢，中方认为该项目应不予列入世界遗产名录。谢谢。
Thank you for your comment. Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous soutenons l'amendement de Hongrie, surtout l'esprit qui en découle. Quand il s'agit d'un mouvement dont on parle, dont on fait, que reflète cette discussion, nous comprenons aussi l'émotion que ça provoque. Donc, je pense qu'il faut donner du temps à l'État de Pologne, qu'il faut donner du temps à l'UNESCO et aux experts de l'UNESCO de clarifier un peu si oui ou non cette valeur universelle existe. Il a été déjà dit que ce mouvement, qui était un mouvement pacifique, qui a épargné des vies de beaucoup de gens, que ce n'est pas pour rien que Valença c'est un prix Nobel. Tous ces éléments et bien d'autres nous mènent à considérer qu'il faut réfléchir de ça, tout en comprenant l'énergie, l'émotion qui est derrière ça. Et ce n'est pas pour rien que c'est la Pologne, ce n'est pas pour rien que c'est la Hongrie. Si on parle de cette émotion et tout ce qui est, disons, politique et émotionnel derrière, mais de la même façon, un mouvement pacifique de telle envergure a sa place dans notre mémoire et dans la mémoire collective du monde. Et puis, un mot pour la fin, À quoi bon avoir peur des sujets délicats dans les forums de l'UNESCO? Il faut d'abord faire la différence entre ce qui est délicat et ce qui n'est pas délicat. À quoi bon mettre un obstacle devant une meilleure connaissance des biens qui existent bel et bien? Si nous acceptons ça ou pas, ça existe. Et c'est important dans l'histoire de la Pologne, c'est important dans l'histoire d'une grande partie du monde, c'est important dans l'histoire du monde aussi. Et donc, ne pas fermer la porte devant cette exigence, devant cette énergie qui est une énergie pacifique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank Poland for the submission of this nomination. And as well, I would like to thank ICOMOS for the assessment they provided. We take note that the outcome of this assessment is a recommendation not to inscribe this property on the World Heritage List. We also take note that according to the information we received from the state party, the assessment of this site was not undertaken during the pandemic, which of course could have affected the smooth conduct of this assessment, as many other events and processes had been affected internationally during the past month. My delegation wishes to reach an agreeable solution regarding this nomination during this session. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, this topic and this dossier, it seems to be controversial one way or another. But we would like to see that the state party, given the chance to have a look at the folder again, have a meaningful dialogue with the Secretariat, with the advisory bodies, to revise the focus of the nomination dossier and find a solution to this controversy and eventually inscribe the site. So therefore, we support the deferral of this submission, and we would like to request to hear from the state party of Poland to explain more about the technical dimensions of the dossier. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Brazil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we believe this is an important site, not only for its value as historical industrial complex, reflecting critical stages of world history from the 19th century to the post-war era, but for its connection with solidarity and the movement that it initiated. There are different perceptions, of course, on the dimension of the role played by solidarity in the events that shaped the 20th century, but one could hardly dispute its impact on the social movement that constitute one of the backdrop to the end of the Cold War, or even less question the actual fact that it took place at the time. It has come quite as a surprise for us that in its report, ICOMOS should overstep the boundaries of the technical evaluation of the site to enter the arena of subjective political consideration, including questioning the end of the Cold War. It is true that there are novel elements in this nomination. In this committee, we are seeing innovative approaches to the presentation of nomination, as happened with the Porticoes of Bologna, and we are also facing an unprecedented situation, as happened with the Danube lines. Well, everybody knows these are unprecedented times, and we might have to think differently, to consider new approaches, to think new ways of doing things, to rethink the ways we have been doing and working here. We have heard at this debate, and we have seen that at the present, still differences in this committee as regards this nomination. In this sense, the proposal presented by Hungary may be a good basis for working towards a better understanding of this issue, as give the state party the opportunity to revise certain aspects of the nomination, and it also gives us time to reflect about the challenges before us. We thank Hungarian delegation for this solution, and we welcome the state party's goodwill to continue working in this nomination in open dialogue and collaboration with the World Heritage Center, the advisory bodies, and of course, the members of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm listening to the last speaker, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Brasilia. I would like to concur to what he just said. And therefore would like also to support the decision, the amended decision presented by Hungary. And therefore we are in that consensus. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Guatemala, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Queremos agradecer nuevamente la evaluación realizada por ICOMOS. Felicitamos al Estado parte por la preparación del expediente de nominación y por el compromiso que ha demostrado Polonia en la protección de sus sitios patrimoniales inscritos en la lista. Hemos realizado una revisión detallada y atendido las observaciones del órgano asesor. Reconocemos el esfuerzo realizado por el Estado parte, pero nuevamente la evaluación nos ilustra que ninguno de los criterios culturales han sido demostrados en este proceso. La autenticidad e integridad no se han cumplido. La nominación no ha demostrado cómo el astillero de Gdansk podría verse como un ejemplo sobresaliente de una instalación industrial capaz de ilustrar su supuesto impacto global. Tampoco ha demostrado la asociación directa y tangible entre la propiedad y la caída de la cortina de acero. Considerando los argumentos emitidos por otros miembros del comité y valorando el papel de este sitio para la configuración de la historia global del siglo XX, nos preguntamos si una propuesta como la que hemos examinado no tendría mayor viabilidad en la Convención de Patrimonio Inmaterial o en el programa UNESCO Memoria del Mundo. Nosotros, por nuestra parte, con las evidencias que tenemos a la vista y tras un análisis exhaustivo, apoyamos el proyecto de decisión original. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Australia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing us to take the floor for a second time. It is clear that the Solidarity Movement contributed in a profound way to the social and political processes and events that led to the fall of the Iron Curtain and breakup of the former Eastern Bloc of communist countries. But the significance of Gdansk, when compared to other sites or places associated with these events, has not been demonstrated. With regard to the narrative of this property, we agree with the conclusion of ICOMOS that it is too early to assess the significance of the Solidarity Movement in the course of 20th century history. We would ask our colleagues again to pause to recognise that the recommendation, any recommendation other than do not inscribe, would be without a technical evaluation. A deferral implies the presence of OUV or potential for OUV. However, do not inscribe clearly indicates that that has not been demonstrated. In fact, a do not inscribe means that it does not meet any of the requirements, not in relation to integrity, authenticity, nor does it have clear boundaries. It does not have adequate protection and management mechanisms. These are the foundations of the convention. So I would just ask the committee again to recall that the deferral and the do not inscribe decisions are incongruously at odds with each other. And for these reasons, we would support the existing recommendation. Thank you, of do not inscribe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Hungary, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for giving me the floor a second time. I just would like to add another question to the list of questions addressed to the state party concerned, because in the interventions, several references have been made to the assessment of ICOMOS, and I understand that the assessment and the procedure and the conduct of this evaluation of ICOMOS were not far from ideal during the COVID period. So I would just like to ask the State Party of Poland what is the issue and what is the cause for discontent with the process of the evaluation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we are in the unfortunate situation where we have a physical site, a shipyard with 2 centuries history, which is presented today for enlisting based on its role in a recent historical event on which there is divergent interpretation, at least in terms of the countries of the region. It is quite unfortunate that it was presented that way. Had it been just the physical property that was presented as a shipyard with its own history, in terms of the industrial development of Europe, that could have been something that would not have posed a problem. The problem stems from the fact that the role of this shipyard in a recent historical event on which there is divisive and divergent interpretation, that is the problem. And that is a significant hurdle I don't think we can overcome easily, at least in the present form. Therefore, we are of the view of Russia and China in supporting the recommendations put forward by the experts. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Russia, please. Your microphone is muted, Excellency. Microphone.
Sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I asked for the floor just in order to react to the proposal on deferral. I understand the distinguished members of the committee who are trying to reach a compromise. But unfortunately, this situation does not allow any kind of compromise because I fully agree with distinguished representative of Australia that deferral means recognition of some potential or legitimacy of a nomination. But in this case, we are facing a very challenging, aggressive attempt to impose a certain political vision of recent history in Europe. And therefore, we share the view of those members of the committee who believe that this nomination at this point and in this form has no potential for outstanding universal value. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And now give the floor. China, please, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。中国代表团呢注意到，在各位尊敬的委员国代表的发言过程中，很多委员国认为应当维护咨询机构的专业意见，维护公约精神和委员会的声誉，避免委员会将严重政治化的议题呢来进行审议。
No interpretation. Sorry, just there's no interpretation.
Okay.
Just wait for a moment. The interpretation is okay?
Okay. OK，谢
I
谢
think
主
you
席。
repeat it again.
OK，
Yeah.
谢谢主席。中方代表团呢注意到，在各位尊敬的委员国代表的发言过程中，很多呢委员国认为，应当维护咨询机构的专业意见，维护公约的精神和我们这个委员会的声誉，避免委员会的出现严重政治化的风险。主席先生，中方赞同俄罗斯、西班牙、澳大利亚、挪威、危地马拉、埃塞俄比亚等团的意见，认为我们这个委员会根本就不应该把没有 OUV 的项目列入世界遗产，所以中方坚决反对此项目的列入。中方支持秘书处提出的不予列入的决定。谢谢。
Thank you for your comment. Now I give Kyrgyzstan, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. Hearing all the opinions, in this case, we support the draft decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now I ask the state party to answer questions posed by the committee members. Try to be very brief. Now you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Poland nominated the Gdansk Shipyard as an industrial complex with a long tradition of shipbuilding. It has the authentic spatial layout buildings, docks, and cranes, which bear unique testimony to 2 centuries of shipbuilding technology, as already conferred by the experts from Europa Nostra. Poland has a long-standing tradition of World Heritage protection. We propose the Gdansk nomination, carefully studying all UNESCO and ICOMOS guidance on the criterion 6. In this sense, we were surprised when reading some of the opinions raised in the ICOMOS evaluation report. During the entire evaluation process, Poland experienced shortcomings in the cooperation with the advisory body, which does not contain historians. The state party feels deprived of the opportunity to defend the nomination and presented 39 pages of factual errors. However, being respectful to the spirit and principles of the convention, Poland expresses our readiness to further cooperate with the advisory body and the World Heritage Center to provide more clarification why this site needs to be protected on the international level. During the evaluation process, Poland delivered many solid arguments together with a list of scientific papers, for instance, from the historians like Gordon Ash, Norman Davies, or Jacques Rupnik, demonstrating that solidarity was a phenomenon on the international level. In this sense, Mr. Chair, this site is not classified as a recent conflict situation, nor associated with negative or divisive memory. Poland has a history with very dramatic events, but there was one period that is distinguished by the peaceful action of the 1,700 shipyard workers who represented no less than 10 million members of Polish civil society at the highest of the solidarity movement. Their courage and patience triggered the process of the reunification of Europe. As John Paul II once said, there is no freedom without solidarity. In the spirit of solidarity and seeking for consensus, we are asking the distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee to recognize the importance of the site to be ultimately safeguarded on the World Heritage List for the future generations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your response. ICOMOS, please. ICOMOS, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to reassure the committee that ICOMOS attached the utmost importance to respecting the integrity of the evaluation process and set out in the operational guidelines and to upholding the principles of the World Heritage Convention. In respect of the Gdansk Shipyard nomination, I would like to bring to your attention the following information. Throughout the whole evaluation process, including all the presentations made during this session, ICOMOS has rigorously followed all rules and procedures provided by the operational guidelines and defined in paragraphs 148 and abiding by clause B. We have been objective, rigorous, and scientific in considering all information provided to the advisory body regarding this nomination. Furthermore, we have followed para 31E in terms of dialogue with the state party, which have been undertaken during the ICOMOS panel through an interim report and in a subsequent meeting. The structure of our evaluation process has followed exactly the requirements of the nomination process as set out in the operational guidelines, Annex 6A. An evaluation mission has been carried out by an ICOMOS expert of the region, and this despite very difficult sanitary conditions. We have consulted through desk reviews a substantial number of highly recognized international experts who were all specialists, historians of this historical period and or this type of heritage places. This nomination has been evaluated by the ICOMOS panel. Firstly, in an extraordinary section held in January 2021, as the mission was delayed because of the pandemic situation, this session included a direct conversation with the state party and its national experts. Secondly, in the second session of the ICOMOS panel in the month of March. And I would like to state that the ICOMOS panel was this year, as in previous years, composed of international experts. 26 this year with a regional balance, matching the balance of the nominations, and from an appropriated variety of scientific backgrounds. To guarantee the independence of the experts and to ensure full transparency of the process, the names of panel members are made available on the ICOMOS website after our evaluations are submitted to UNESCO. In conclusion, ICOMOS like to say that it considers the statements made by the distinguished Hungarian and Polish ambassadors to be without any foundation. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I pass the floor to our expert to answer to the questions. No further answer? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more questions or comments. Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly let you know that the distinguished representative of Poland seems to have been disconnected from the meeting during the intervention of ICOMOS.
Yes, you can check the technical. Any other comment? Hungary?
No, thank you. Not at this stage, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Norway, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, we wish to echo the sentiments expressed by Australia and many other colleagues previously. At the same time, we do have a certain recognition of something that could potentially justify a deferral, which for us, based on the current evaluation, is a very complex matter to understand. So if we could ask ICOMOS to repeat its main conclusions before we proceed, that could be very useful. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, ICOMOS, can you repeat the conclusion? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you, Norway, for these questions. ICOMOS has evaluated the property as it has been proposed by the state party. And both criterion 4 and criterion 6 has been related to the role and played by solidarity. So the proposed justification for inscription of the nominated property revolves around the association. It states that the Gdansk Shipyard, as a representation and illustration of communist planning, is associated with solidarity, the independent trade union movement, which peaceful struggle for freedom and for determination of the Polish people, and also goes further and credits solidarity with a major role in the fall of the Iron Curtain and the Cold War and unification of Europe. So the dossier is focused essentially on the associations. Criterion 4 has been examined, and the comparative analysis has not demonstrated how this shipyard could illustrate communist planning and would differ from other shipyards. Then the focus of the evaluation of ICOMOS looked at criterion 6, which was, from the text of the nomination, considered anyway the most important. And criterion 6 speaks about, I'm spelling it out, be directly or tangibly associated with events, living tradition, ideas, beliefs, artistic or literary works of outstanding universal significance. And therefore, there are two aspects that ICOMOS had to address in assessing the relevance of this criterion and the capacity of the property to meet this criterion. So it had to evaluate whether and to what extent the site directly and tangibly associated with the events mentioned in the nomination dossier, and whether these events may be considered of outstanding universal significance, and if so, whether the site might be considered as of OUV. And it is in this framework that ICOMOS has conducted its assessment about those historical events. So ICOMOS has examined whether these events that the state party considered the nominated property associated with can be deemed of outstanding universal significance. And in this regard, ICOMOS has noted that events referred to in the nomination dossier and the assessment of their impacts might be considered devices at the global level. So this puts under question and under discussion the notion of universality of their possible significance. And furthermore, on the ground of the proposed comparative analysis presented by the state party, which revealed that several freedom movements existed in the 20th century, ICOMOS has found that while solidarity has played a significant role in leading Poland peacefully to democracy, difficult remains in positioning precisely the action of solidarity within the wider 20th century context and in establishing their significance in comparison with other freedom movements or also in other countries in Eastern Europe. And in ICOMOS' view, this difficulty derives from the fact that the nomination aims to memorialize events for which the understanding and the interpretation are still developing and evolving, as well as memories, with some of the protagonists being still alive. If interpretations of these events continue to evolve, as it seems, then it becomes difficult to make meaningful comparison. And it is in this context also that ICOMOS has taken note that there are other historical interpretations than those presented by the state party on the factors that led the fall of the Iron Curtain, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and related dramatic events that followed, which point towards a much more complex interrelation of underlying direct and indirect factors in the transition to post-communism. ICOMOS eventually considered that it is too early to evaluate and to make a judgment of recent events, such as those meant to be memorialized by this nomination, and the scope of their impact, given the dramatic changes involved, and therefore difficult also to define what could be that stage of human history and whether it can be considered as ended. And I thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and I hope I made clear the conclusions of ICOMOS evaluation about this nomination under both criterion 4 and criterion 6.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Novi, is it okay for you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We think that this was a very clear intervention. Thank you.
Okay. Hungary, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. And I don't intend to prolong the discussion. I just want to make it clear that we do not share the assessment of ICOMOS. Apparently, the state party doesn't share the assessment, and I had the impression that a number of members of the distinguished committee don't share the assessment of ICOMOS. And my impression is that the reason for this disagreement is that the dialogue, the process of discussions between ICOMOS and the state party were compromised during the pandemic. I have the information that during this dialogue, as a matter of fact, no questions were addressed concerning the boundary or the authenticity or the criterion of the nomination. I have the view and I have the impression that the state party of Poland didn't have the opportunity for a meaningful and open and constructive dialogue with ICOMOS on these very questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I see no more questions in the comments. Dear colleagues, we are in a difficult situation. You see, as you have realized that this nomination relates to highly sensitive subjects, and the committee members have very divergent views. Can we take it that a growing consensus is on the original draft decision? And also, Hungary, you can offer some inputs and the contribution to the draft decision. Can we proceed this way? Yeah, Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am not completely sure about the procedural rules here, but as we have handed in an amendment to the draft decision, and to our recollection, there were a number of members of the committee who have supported this amendment. I propose to discuss the amendment first.
Any other comments? No, I got it. Okay. And now I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.43. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We received an amendment proposed by Hungary and co-authored by Bosnia and Herzegovina, Oman, and Uganda, as shown on the screen. There are no modifications proposed under paragraph 1, Mr. Chair.
China, please, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。就我们理解，刚才委员国对这个项目应该是提升3档和不予列入啊，并没有达成一致。从这个刚才的这个意见上看呢，其实我们也看得非常清楚。OK。不知道刚才翻译怎么样了？刚才巴西大使反映没有翻译。可以了吗？那是这样子的。
Yeah, just wait for a moment. Brazil, you have Russia, you have a point of order?
No, Brazil had a point of order.
Brazil, you have a point of order?
No, Mr. President, it was no interpretation, but now I think it is back.
Okay.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, China, you can continue.
谢谢主席先生。就我们理解，这个刚才啊，委员国就这个是怎么处理，并没有达成一致意见。有的委员国坚持是讨论是认为应该升档到3啊，有的很多委员国也认为是应该是支持ICOMOS的意见。就此呢，我们在讨论这个决议草案的时候啊，就会遇到困难，因为一段往一段下头呢，就前头到底是一个什么结论，它是直接影响最后结论。 所以在这种情况讨论这个决议草案呢，我们觉得会消耗很多的时间。我们建议啊，这个可以把这件事情我们推迟到周五，就是关于研究负面遗产啊这个事情有结论之后再去讨论这个问题。谢谢，这是一个程序性动议。
Russia, please, you have the floor. Russia, please, you have the floor. The microphone is.
Thank you, Chair. We don't agree with the discussion on the amendments. In fact, we don't have consensus in the committee, and we are not. We cannot discuss this amendment because we are against. Thank you.
I wanted to ask Russia, you want to discuss the original draft decision, or would you like to go to support the proposal by China to discuss it on Friday after we heard the report by the working group on item 8?
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to support the original draft decision, but I'm ready to support the proposal made by China for the postponement of the discussion. Thank you.
So, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think that would be the wisest move for us in order to be efficient in our work. We should postpone the examination of this item until Friday, the examination of. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, committee members, under such circumstances, can you accept that I think it's that we postpone the discussion to Friday after we hear the report by the working group? Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We would have the preference to discuss it now, but understanding the very divergent positions, our proposal would be to have a vote by secret ballot on the amendment.
There's a proposal for a secret vote. Any other country to any other comment? Uganda, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I support the proposal by my distinguished colleague from Hungary to take secret vote. Thank you.
I give the floor to Dr. Rosala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So once a secret ballot has been requested by at least 2 states members of the committee, and in order not to disrupt the plenary meetings and the continuation of the examination of the agenda items, it is proposed that the ballot be held on the morning of the day following the request or decision to hold the secret ballot, so that the results can be announced immediately at the resumed plenary meeting. So it's the next morning, the secret ballot, and maybe my colleagues from Paris can confirm that for the arrangements. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And also, I'd like to now the distinguished delegate of Hungary, would you please clarify on what we are voting?
My proposal was to vote on the amendment handed in by Hungary and some other delegates of the World Heritage Committee.
Mm-hmm. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Secretariat to explain to us the procedures for the conduct of a vote by secret ballot during this online session. Dr. Rossler, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I explained, as I just explained, two committee members have requested a secret ballot, and in order not to disrupt the plenary meetings, this secret ballot would be held on the morning of the following day. So tomorrow morning, you remember we had this already once in this committee session, and you know, for the logistical arrangements, we have to ensure that the representatives of all the committee members are available to come to UNESCO headquarters to vote, and a schedule will be drawn up by the Secretariat following the English alphabetical order of the member states of the committee. Sorry. And this will be normally done in room 5 in front of room 1 as previously, and you will be given an envelope and a ballot paper on arrival in the voting room. And the question is whether or not you agree with the amendment, if I understood correctly of what you just have said, Mr. Chair. So that is the question in front of you. I see there are two other committee members who wish to take the floor, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes. China.
谢谢主席先生。我们想请秘书处澄清一下，就根据我们议事规则。我们因为已经发起程序性动议，可以推迟审议的。那么是程序性动议优先呢，还是就这个决议草案表决来优先？谢谢。
Yes, the Secretariat. Yeah, you have the floor. Yeah, just wait for a moment. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think it's a little bit complex. Because some committee members wish to postpone it to Friday, but then you got the request for the vote on the amendment. So you may wish to ask maybe the legal advisor on this point. Thank you.
Yes, the legal advisor, please, you have the floor.
Yes, hello, Mr. Chair. Just 1 second. Mr. Chair, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would actually need a little bit of clarification as to what is the understanding of the chair and of the Secretariat as to the moment in which we were in the proceedings when this motion was put to the committee. I wanted in particular to know whether the decision to move to the consideration of the draft decision had already been made by the committee or not. I am not entirely clear on that point. Once I have that answer, I'm more than willing to, of course, provide legal advice. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Rossler, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My understanding was that the chairperson asked to move towards the decision and asked the rapporteur. So this was, we already moved towards discussing, no?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. The chair confirms.
Mr. Chair, the situation, as I understand it, is as follows. Once there was it was decided to once the committee had moved towards the consideration of the draft decision, a delegate had taken the floor in order to propose that the consideration of this matter be postponed to Friday. Although the delegate did not use those precise terms, the question I would have is that this may be considered as constituting a motion for the adjournment of debate under Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure. Since that same delegate took the floor a few minutes later, qualifying his intervention as a motion, I understand, but this is subject to his confirmation, that a procedural motion was made in this regard. In that case, Rule 31 provides that during the discussion of any matter, any state member of the committee may move the adjournment of the debate on the item under discussion. On moving the adjournment, the state member shall indicate whether he moves he or she, that by the way, moves the adjournment sine die or to a particular time which he or she shall specify. In addition to the proposer of the motion, one speaker may speak in favor and one against the motion. My understanding is that this may be what happened, in which case this would need to be decided by the committee prior to moving forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just as I understand, China proposed a motion to adjourn the debate till Friday. Then it was seconded by Russia and Ethiopia. So according to that's now the explanation of the legal advisor, this one should go first. This one take precedence over the proposal for secret vote. And Bosnia, please, you have the floor.
C'était juste pour appuyer l'idée de vote. Et puis, autre chose, une question qui est plus compliquée. S'agit-il de renoncer, comment dirais-je, de tuer à l'œuf une énergie qui est extraordinaire, que contient cet amendement et cette proposition? Est-ce qu'on peut oublier simplement cette énergie? Est-ce qu'on peut oublier l'importance de cette proposition et de l'amendement proposé par Hongrie? C'était mes deux questions. Donc là, d'abord, pour le vote, oui, si c'est la question. Et l'autre, la question que je pose au comité, c'est comment faire quand on se trouve devant quelque chose qui n'est pas uniquement juridique. C'est un fait. C'est un fait qui est d'une importance extraordinaire pour la Pologne, ça va de soi. Mais aussi, c'est un fait qui est d'une importance globale, qu'on l'accepte ou pas. Je vous remercie.
It's okay now? You have finished?
Yes.
Yeah. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to state that when we have supported the discussion and also we agreed for the co-authoring of this decision, the discussion was very technical. Listening to the discussion recently, which also it's taking to somewhere else, Oman would like to be in a neutral side and therefore will go with the consensus. Therefore, I would like to draw our co-authoring from the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moved already, no?
No.
So we can.
Yes, dear committee members, we'll adjourn the debate to Friday. Or is there any objection? No? Okay, it's decided. Okay, so yeah, we adjourn the debate on this item until Friday. We can move now to next item. Dear colleagues, now I invite ICMOS to present the nomination, the works of Joze Plecnik in Ljubljana, human-centered urban design, Slovenia. ICMOS, you have the floor.
This presentation is for the ICMOS evaluation of the works of Joze Plecnik in Ljubljana, human-centered urban design, Slovenia. Next slide. The work of Joze Plecnik in Ljubljana epitomizes a human-centered urban design that changed the identity of provincial Ljubljana into a symbolic Slovenian capital after the demise of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It consists of a series of public spaces and institutions that the architect Joze Plecnik designed between the two world wars throughout the city, in careful consideration of its pre-existing urban, natural and cultural context. The comparative analysis demonstrates that the contextual urbanistic approach which Plecnik took in transforming the public space of Ljubljana and his distinctive architectural language stand apart from dominant modernist principles of the time. The nominated property demonstrates criterion 4, but criterion 1 has not been demonstrated. Next slide. This serial nomination of 7 components includes buildings and public spaces in the historic city centre, as well as churches and a funerary complex in the suburbs. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met. The State Party initiated an extension of the buffer zone in response to concerns raised by ICMOS. The proposed buffer zone is adequate. As set out in the draft decision, ICMOS recommends that a minor boundary modification might be considered in the future with a view to strengthening the linkages between the component parts in the city centre. Next slide. During the evaluation process, the legal protection was further improved by the State Party and is adequate, as is the management system. ICMOS stresses, however, the importance of carrying out heritage impact assessments for development projects, as is also set out in the draft decision. Next slide. Here is a summary of the ICMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, ICMOS recommends that the work of Joze Plecnik in Ljubljana, human-centered urban design Slovenia, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criterion 4. And it has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, ICMOS, for your presentation. Dear committee members, for this property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection and no specific comments on it, shall we move on to the draft decision? Okay, I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.45. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Ms. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.45 adopted. Let me congratulate Slovenia on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Slovenia, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Slovenia the floor. Let me start by thanking China for hosting this meeting under your leadership. We wish to thank the distinguished members of the committee for this decision, inscribing the works of Joze Plecnik in Ljubljana on the World Heritage List. Allow me to express our appreciation of ICOMOS work throughout the course of the evaluation, from thorough scientific analysis, site mission, and consideration of the additional information we provided in the dialogue process. We firmly believe this contributed to the quality of the nomination, bringing clarity regarding identified issues and presenting compelling arguments related to the pillars of OUV. We therefore look forward to the future reform that will allow guidance and exchanges at a much earlier stage and greatly aid states parties in that regard. Additional efforts aimed at further strengthening protection and monitoring of development projects are continuously being made. Thus, the committee will be pleased to know that recommendations included in your decision are already being addressed. Mr. Chairperson, the process that led to this recognition has modestly started a decade ago. We are indebted to so many individuals and institutions that contributed to what was first a reflection on heritage values, long before it became a task of developing a nomination dossier. Such collective effort depended on the wide-ranging professional knowledge, open collaboration with individual owners and managers, clear commitment from national and local authorities, and above all, a careful articulation of the message we want to convey. We believe the so-called Plecnik's Ljubljana illustrates exemplary approach to heritage, mindful of the accomplishments of the past and evolved around citizens, just as much as it includes the present-day notions of quality architecture and built environment, governance and sustainability, beauty and sense of place. We therefore warmly invite you all to visit Ljubljana, walk around its public squares, bridges and parks, visit architecture of Joze Plecnik, and appreciate Slovenia's newly inscribed World Heritage Site. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. Dear committee members, now let's proceed. I invite ICOMOS to present the nomination, the Slate Landscape of Northwest Wales, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But before I give the floor to ICOMOS, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, which has also some impact on the text of the proposed statement for UV, and which has been already included in our version on the screen. And the factual error notification is to be found on page 122 of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
This is a presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the Slate Landscape of Northwest Wales, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Next slide. The Slate Landscape of Northwest Wales illustrate the transformation that industrial slate quarrying and mining brought about in the traditional rural environment of the mountains and valleys of the Snowdon Massif, a territory extending from mountain top to sea coast during the Industrial Revolution. The comparative analysis demonstrates the significance of the industrialization process of slate quarrying and mining and its impact on the slate landscape in terms of scale of influence and development, and the diverse application of technology in a context of rapid socioeconomic and environmental transformation. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 2 and 4. Criterion 5 has not been justified. Next slide. The property is composed of 6 separate serial component parts spread over 4 slate veins. Each component part has a nucleus in a relict quarry or quarries and mines with associated processing areas connected to settlements, either deserted or still inhabited. Transportation elements including part of the railway system, as well as roads and, in some cases, quays and harbors. The requirement for authenticity and integrity have been met. However, due to the configuration of the serial component parts as a lack of formal buffer zones, the integrity of the nominated property remains vulnerable, requiring strict compliance to existing statutory protection mechanisms. Some recommendations have been included in the draft decision in order to address the vulnerability of the integrity of the key views and settings and the historical settlements located within the nominated property. Next slide. Legal designations of landscape and historical assets in conjunction with the spatial planning system grant an adequate protection. The management system is adequate, although it relies on good coordination between different stakeholders and the completion of local management plans to ensure the effective protection and management at component part level. Some recommendations have been included in the draft decision to strengthen the management of the nominated serial property. Next slide. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the slate landscape of Northwest Wales, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland be inscribed on the watershed list as a cultural landscape on the basis of criterion 2 and 4, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. Dear committee members, for this property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection and no specific comments on it, shall we move on to the draft decision? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.47. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Ms. Rapporteur.
We haven't received any amendments on this draft decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.47 adopted. Let me congratulate United Kingdom on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. United Kingdom, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Chair, ambassadors, friends, it's my privilege and honor to welcome your decision today to inscribe the slate landscape of Northwest Wales as a World Heritage Site on behalf of the partnership and area. Many, many thanks for your decision. Gwynedd Council have worked on this project for over 10 years, and I'd like to acknowledge the active involvement of all our strategic partners, our communities and businesses who have given so much strength and support for developing the nomination, and who have committed to work with us to promote the positive management of this new World Heritage Site. Without starting to name the many partners who have made this possible, I'd like to put on record our appreciation for the practical support of the DCMS in London and Welsh Government ministers in Cardiff and their related agencies. And it's good that First Minister Mark Drakeford of Wales has been here with us today, as has David Davis on behalf of the DCMS. Here in Gwynedd, we have an outstanding example of a complete quarrying landscape that demonstrates all relevant elements of the industry, visible and readable. Welsh slate has global connections, and it can be seen on both grand buildings and ordinary dwellings across the world. It was a significant export material in its heyday, and it's still being exported and continues to be an important employer. The inscription of the Slate Landscape as a World Heritage Site today is a source of great pride for our communities here in North West Wales. And it's an acknowledgement and celebration of our cultural contribution to the world, to the landscape of the mind. And we are committed to managing the site collaboratively to that end. We recognize that this inscription is just the start of our journey with UNESCO, and we look forward to being part of a wider global community of World Heritage Sites. We will be working to raise awareness of the importance of World Heritage, not just locally, but further afield, and to use this inscription to support our communities and businesses and welcome here people from all corners of the world. Mr. Chairman, this inscription acknowledges our global significance through the export of product, people, values, and technology. And we thank ICOMOS, UNESCO, and the World Heritage Committee for acknowledging our contribution to humankind. Diolch o galon. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Congratulations once more. Dear colleagues, I suggest we have a technical break for 10 minutes. Dear colleagues, now let's proceed. I now invite ICMOS to present the nomination, Petroglyph of Lake Onega and the White Sea, Russian Federation. But before I give the floor to ICMOS, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, and this is to be found on page 119 of document Inf 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. ICMOS, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the ICMOS evaluation of the petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the White Sea, Russian Federation. On this evaluation, ICMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. Next slide. The nominated series is located in the Republic of Karelia in the northwest of Russian Federation and covers around 4,600 petroglyphs carved in the rocks during the Neolithic period. The petroglyphs represent one of the largest independent centers of the Neolithic rock art in Europe, covering between 4,500 and 3,000 before Christian era. They have been nominated for they represent a unique testimony of the distinctive pit comb and rom pit ware cultures, two now extinct Neolithic cultures of Northern Europe. Their high-quality carving techniques and unique form of art attest to the changes in society in the Neolithic period and provide a window on the hunter-fisher-gatherer lifestyle through representations of hunting daily scenes, animals, and boats in use at the time. The expanded comparative analysis and additional documentation provided demonstrate the potential for the serial property to be considered for World Heritage List. However, one of the aspects that makes outstanding the nominated series among its comparators is the relationship between the rock art sites and the associated archaeological sites and settlements. Therefore, these are to be included in the nomination, and they are crucial for the understanding of the outstanding significance of the rock art. Next slide. The serial nomination includes two component parts located 300 kilometers apart from each other along the shore of the Lake Onega and the White Sea. The rationale for the delineation of the boundaries and on the inclusion of the rock art sites, archaeological sites and settlements is not clear. Some are comprised within the nomination, some are in the buffer zones, and other ones in neither of them. Next slide. The state conservation of the nominated sites is overall good, but concerns exist for the petroglyphs at the White Sea, which are regularly flooded and present lichen infestation. Treatments with alcohol have been used with results, but ICMOS recommends a more cautious approach on further testing. Pressures exist at the nominated series due to the ambitious projects for tourism development. An assessment of the cumulative impacts of this project would be needed, along with the development of an outstanding universal-led tourist strategy. Next slide, please. In summary, the expanded comparative analysis has shown that the nominated series has the potential to justify consideration for the World Heritage List, but only if the archaeological sites and settlements associated with the rock art are also included within the boundaries of the nominated property. Only criterion 3 might be eligible for this serial property, whilst criterion 1 and 4 do not have the potential to be justified. At this stage, the condition of integrity and authenticity are not met due to unclear delineation of boundaries. Federal legal protection is not fully in place for some sites in the nominated series and in the buffer zone. Protection, therefore, will be adequate only when all nominated sites will be designated under the highest level of federal designation. The management system also awaits being fully in place. An overarching management structure is announced, but no time frame for its implementation is set out. The management plan would need management objectives and timeframes for their implementation, along with a conservation plan and the monitoring program for the petroglyphs. Next slide. To conclude, ICMOS recommends that petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the White Sea, Russian Federation, be referred back to the state party for the following main reason. Adjust the boundaries of both components to include archaeological sites and settlements associated with the petroglyphs. Complete the process of legal designation under the State Code of Especially Valuable Properties of Cultural Heritage. Complete the process of designating the buffer zones as a remarkable place for federal significance. Complete the establishment of a centralized management system for the whole series. Finalize the approval of the management plan. establish a conservation plan and a monitoring program for the petroglyphs. ICOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The prehistoric area is the dawn of humanity. It has left for us the unique evidence of the creative genius of ancient artists who carved their chronicles in stone all over the world, from the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula to the northern shores of Russia. The petroglyphs of the Lake Onega and White Sea represent over 4,500 Neolithic carvings, which represent an exceptional testimony of the lifestyle and beliefs of the Pitcomb culture population of Fennoscandia. As we have learned from the ICOMOS presentation, there were a number of recommendations to be fulfilled by the state party in order to inscribe the property on the World Heritage List. We would like to note that the Russian Federation has treated the ICOMOS recommendations with unconditional attention and respect and has already fully implemented most of them. Thus, immediately after the receival of ICOMOS' final report, all archaeological sites mentioned in the technical evaluation were included in the boundaries of the nominated property. The updated maps of the components of the nominated property and their buffer zones were prepared. This demonstrates the full compliance of the nominated property with criterion 3 and the requirements on integrity and authenticity. All other ICOMOS recommendations in respect to inscription were also either already implemented by the state party or clearly scheduled for the nearest future, 2021 at the latest. The Republic of Karelia, a Russian region where the nominated property is located, has long and successful experience in preserving the Kizi Pogost World Heritage Site, which was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1990. We believe that it will succeed as well in preserving the great Neolithic sites on the Lake Onega and the White Sea, according to the highest standards established for World Heritage. That is why we support the inscription of the petroglyphs of the Lake Onega and White Sea on the World Heritage List. If Mr. Chair confirms, we would like to invite Russia to make a short comment on the current boundaries, recent management activities, and the improvement of the legal status of the property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. I will give the floor to the state party after the committee members. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to thank the Russian Federation for submitting this unique and exceptional site for inscription on our list. We want to echo what was said by Saudi Arabia and in calling for the immediate inscription of this site on the World Heritage List. This is a uniquely exceptional site in terms of its quality and its volume. We are also quite satisfied with what the Russian Federation has done to address the concerns of ICOMOS, namely regarding the expanded boundary and the buffer zone, as well as the submission of the map, and of course, availing necessary measures to protect and conserve this very important site. For the above reasons, we call on the committee to inscribe this site at our current session. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in our review, this case presents no difficulty. ICOMOS recognized that the outstanding universal value of the site would be demonstrated under criteria 3 when the archaeological heritage located in the buffer zone were included in the nominated areas. The same condition was set for acceptance of the comparative analysis attributes, integrity, and authenticity. The condition was accepted by state party, which agreed to the requested adjustment to the boundaries of the property and its buffer zone. All these requirements are therefore met. Concerning protection and management, the advisory board considered that the requirements were, quote unquote, partially met, and demands additional legal and administrative measures. We have received information from the state party on the demands and have listened attentively to what the delegation of Saudi Arabia has said on this subject. And we were satisfied with the action taken by the Russian government and by the authorities of the Republic of Karelia to satisfy the request made by ICOMOS. We see no reason, therefore, Mr. President, to refer the nomination back to the state party and support the Saudi Arabian proposal that the committee inscribed the petroglyph of Lake Onega and the White Sea on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Tal y como ha definido ICOMOS, nos encontramos ante una muestra única de la cultura neolítica en esta propuesta que nos hace Rusia. Y si me permite una valoración personal, me llama la atención que aunque se ha dicho que hay escenas de caza, estas son minoritarias. La mayoría son observaciones de animales vivos, de rayos, de la luna, del sol, en concordancia con algunas vistas que se pueden tener todavía ahora directamente desde mirando al cielo en el día o en la noche en ese espacio, lo cual indica que de alguna manera nos da una lección de humildad cuando partimos a veces de un cierto adanismo y pensamos que el mundo nace hace poco tiempo cuando nosotros llegamos, y en aquel tiempo ya había alguien que quería perpetuar su visión, que quería perpetuar su idea de belleza con los elementos que tenía para plasmar lo que estaba viendo y dejárselo en herencia a los que supuestamente vendrían después. Por tanto, el sitio no tiene nada que objetar. Y respecto a las exigencias que plantea ICOMOS, la Federación Rusa algunas ya las ha cumplido, ha quedado claro que el criterio 3 es evidente y la autenticidad está absolutamente clara, incluso con las mejoras que al día de hoy ya se han introducido. Por eso nosotros apoyamos la enmienda que presenta la ilustre delegada de Arabia Saudita, que además ha sido muy explícita y muy clara en su exposición, y que pensamos que en la siguiente sesión del Consejo, con la capacidad demostrada que tiene Rusia para ello, los compromisos que falta que adquirir y el calendario absoluto de actividades, de documentación, de investigación, de conservación y de las mejoras del plan de gestión se podrá, sin ningún inconveniente para el Estado parte, presentar. Así es que nosotros también apoyamos que se inscriba ya, porque las carencias son menores, la capacidad del Estado es suficiente para adquirir ese compromiso y presentarlo, y el bien merece la pena. Felicitamos al Estado ruso por el acierto que ha tenido al hacer la elección de este bien. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. China, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the White Sea represent one of the largest independent centers of Neolithic rock art in Europe, which provides an exceptional testimony of the lifestyle and beliefs of the Porticoes ware culture population in the Neolithic, providing a unique source of data and representing a coherent image of the Neolithic culture period in the region. China has noticed with satisfaction that ICOMOS endorsed the OUV of this property. We are also glad to learn from the state party that an overarching body for the management of the petroglyphs of the Lake Onega and the White Sea is to be established by the end of 2021. This shows the commitment of the state party. Therefore, China supports the inscription of the nomination onto the World Heritage List. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, as you have realized that we have a very heavy agenda today. So there are still quite a number of committee members on my list. I would kindly ask you to be very brief if it is only to fully support and second the proposal made by previous colleagues. I thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Now, Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hungary would like to congratulate Russia for the preparation of this highly substantial documentation. We can say that the petroglyph of Lake Onega and the White Sea are unique testimonies of rock art, providing information on a variety of the daily activities of an extinct society. The components of the property testify to the emergence and evolution of Neolithic rock art from its early development to the most elaborate compositions, showing detailed hybrid and fantastic figures as well as conceptual geometric images. As such, the nominated property bears unique information about the material and spiritual culture of the extinct hunter-gatherer societies of Northern Europe, as well as providing elements allowing a better appreciation of economies, lifestyles, and worldview in the Neolithic period. According to the evaluation report, ICOMOS considers that criterion 3 would be demonstrated when the archaeological heritage located in the buffer zones that directly supports the significance of the petroglyphs and provides contextualization as sites representative of the Pitcairn culture population who generated them will be included in the nominated areas. Russia has made remarkable efforts to comply with the recommendations made by the ICOMOS. Thus, the basic recommendation of the ICOMOS experts to adjust the boundaries of the property has already been implemented by Russia, which allows to note the full compliance of the nominated property with criterion 3 and the requirements on integrity and authenticity. Therefore, the outstanding universal value of the property can be viewed as justified. According to the answer given by the state party, the remaining basic recommendations have already been implemented or will be implemented soon. To conclude, Hungary supports the inscription of the property on the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Egypt would like to thank Russia for nominating the petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the White Sea on the World Heritage List, and also to thank ICOMOS for its assessment. We note with satisfaction that the recommended measures by ICOMOS technical evaluation regarding the protection and management of the site are currently implemented by Russia in full accordance with international standards. We align ourselves with amendments presented by Saudi Arabia to the draft decision, and we believe that it should be inscribed on the World Heritage List during this session based on criteria 3. The outstanding universal value of the site has been recognized by ICOMOS experts, and we do not see the need with the amendments presented for a referral. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take your advice and I'll be brief. So Oman supports and endorses the amendment made by Saudi Arabia on the amended draft decision 44,8b.44. Thus, Oman supports the inscription of this site at the Russian Federation on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3, and also endorse the point 6 that the state party has to submit the report on 1st December 2022 for the implementation of the above mentioned recommendation for examination. So we call for the inscription at this session immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the floor. Without repeating the technical argument presented by fellow committee members, Mr. Chairman, South Africa believes that the state party has provided sufficient justification of the outstanding universal value of the nominated property. We therefore, Mr. Chairman, express our support for the inscription of the petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the White Sea Russia Federation on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 as proposed in the amendment of the draft decisions 44,7b.44 by the state party of Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thailand would like to express our support for the inscription of the petroglyph of Lake Onega and the White Sea under criterion number 3. Apart from the integrity of the OUV, Thailand has learned that the state party has implemented measures to ensure the maximum protection and management of the property in accordance with the recommendation of the advisory body. The Russian Federation has undertaken significant efforts to create a centralized management system, ensuring a coordinated and integrated management of the two components of a serial nomination. Therefore, considering the OUE of the property, the significant progress and continued efforts made by the state party to comply with the recommendations of the advisory body, Thailand is of the view that the site should be inscribed on the World Heritage List at this session, and therefore we fully support the amendments proposed by Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Intervenimos de nuevo y agradecemos la evaluación realizada por ICOMOS. Felicitamos al Estado parte por la preparación del expediente de nominación y por el compromiso que ha demostrado para la protección de los sitios patrimoniales inscritos en la lista que se encuentran en su territorio. Valoramos las intervenciones que nos han precedido y las características únicas de los componentes del sitio. No queremos repetir todas estas características y condiciones que han sido reportadas. Entendemos que la nominación tiene potencial de valor universal excepcional en el criterio 3 y para ser coherentes con otras decisiones que ya se han adoptado en esta reunión, no nos opondremos al consenso emergente e instamos al Estado parte a completar la implementación de las recomendaciones de ICOMOS que figuran en el proyecto de decisión. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Mali, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, après l'examen de la documentation abondante ainsi que la tenue de consultations, il devient clair pour nous que l'inscription des pétroglyphes du bien du lac Onega et de la mer Blanche est clairement justifiée au titre du critère 3. Il est nécessaire de souligner qu'après l'inclusion par l'État partie des sites archéologiques dans le territoire proposé pour inscription, il n'y a plus aucun doute sur l'authenticité et l'intégrité du bien. Le système de gestion ainsi que les mesures de protection juridique mises en place par l'État partie sont également suffisants pour une conservation et une interprétation efficace de ce bien en série extrêmement sérieux, précieux. La volonté et l'engagement de l'État partie de Russie à améliorer encore le système de gestion et de protection du bien proposé pour inscription, conformément à la vision fondée sur les recommandations de l'ICOMOS, mérite d'être salué par le comité. Il n'est pas nécessaire de retarder l'inscription du bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Nous sommes pour son inscription pendant cette session. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please. Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bosnie-Herzégovine appuie l'inscription de ce site sur la liste de l'UNESCO et ainsi l'amendement de l'Arabie saoudite. Il est important de souligner que la Russie s'est déclarée prête à faire tout ce qui est nécessaire pour faire ensuite, en suivant les prescriptions des experts et de l'ICOMOS. Et des experts de l'ICOMOS et les autres experts. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please. Uganda, please. I think maybe microphone is muted. Yeah, it's okay.
Hello?
Yeah, it's okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief. Uganda understands from the state party that it has taken all the necessary steps to address the recommendations of ICOMOS. We therefore would like to support the amendments to draft the decision to have petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the White Sea of Russian Federation inscribed on the World Heritage List. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The suggested nomination is of great interest, representing cultural heritage to the north in the Neolithic time. Several Norwegian archaeologists have worked with the rock art in the area of Lake Onega and the White Sea, and we fully acknowledge the importance of the sites. Without going further into the proposed nomination, taking into consideration all well said about the property of previous speakers, we would like to say that Norway supports primarily the draft decision, given the state party the possibility to fulfill a complete nomination, in particular to adjust the suggested nomination considering the use of criteria and modify boundaries as recommended by ICOMOS. Norway would like to take this opportunity to give Russia our full support with regard to use alcohol solution to remove lichen on the rock art. Norway has been doing research and analysis on the methods for many years, which has in any context proved to be the best way to remove lichens without harming the rock art itself. Now, we will not oppose the majority of the committee moving from referral towards inscription, but we will ask for an addition in the last paragraph of the amended decision. And to save time, Mr. Chair, our addendum is already sent to the rapporteur. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now, Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief.
Yeah.
Nigeria, since the state party, Russia has responsibilities, and Nigeria supports this amendment, and thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Kyrgyzstan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our delegation supports the inscription of the petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the White Sea. And having that the amendment proposed takes due note of recommendations proposed in the draft decision, we also support the amendment proposed by Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. I now give the floor to the state party, Russia, to answer questions raised by the committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the ICOMOS experts for a thorough study and analysis of the nomination documents and additional materials, as well as a comprehensive assessment of the current state of the property during the evaluation mission. I will comment briefly on the measures taken by the Russian authorities in order to implement the ICOMOS recommendations. We have followed ICOMOS as for criteria for inscription and leave only criterion 3, which was considered to be justified in case of adjustment of the boundaries of the property. The boundaries were enlarged in order to include the archaeological heritage, which initially was located in the buffer zone. It means that over 90 hectares were added to the nominated territory. The new maps clearly indicate both petroglyphs and archaeological sites. In June 2021, the official decision of the Republic of Karelia to establish the two remarkable places of federal significance, the petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the petroglyphs of the White Sea, was made. The boundaries of these remarkable places coincide with the boundaries of the buffer zones of the nominated property. Currently, all petroglyphic rock art sites with the components of the property have an official state designation of cultural heritage site of federal significance, which guarantees their full legal protection. The inclusion of the components in the State Code of Especially Valuable Properties of Cultural Heritage of the peoples of the Russian Federation by an order of the government of the Russian Federation is scheduled to be completed by February 1, 2022. The new joint management organization for two components of the nomination is to be the Petroglyphs of Karelia Museum, which is now undergoing the final steps of official registration procedure. By September 1, 2021, the Republic of Karelia is also scheduled to complete the procedure for the establishment of the coordinating council on the basis of the museum. Currently, the works on the approval of the composition of the council are conducted. Therefore, the centralized management system of the property will be completely established by December 1, 2021. The management plan has been updated with the information about the implementation of the recommendations by ICOMOS, stating the time frame and authorities responsible. It also includes the new developed special monitoring form based on the impact factors identified in the periodic reporting questionnaire and the potential OUV attributes. The state party is ready to proceed in implementation of additional recommendation of ICOMOS experts and ensures effective state protection, management, and conservation of the nominated property. To finalize, I would like to thank all the members of the committee who spoke on this occasion for their encouraging interventions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I see no more questions in the comments. Now I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.44. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments and the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We received an amendment submitted by Saudi Arabia and Ethiopia as shown on the screen. We have no changes proposed for paragraph 1 of the decision, Mr. Chair.
Dear committee members, we'll approve the text paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph 1, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 2 inscribes petroglyphs of Lake Onega and the White Sea, Russian Federation, on the World Heritage List on the basis of Criterion 3.
Agree? Approved. Go on.
New paragraph 3 takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. We have brief synthesis, Criterion 3, integrity, authenticity, and protection and management requirements. End of paragraph 3, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 4 recommends that the state party give consideration to the following. A is proposed for deletion. New A, completing the process of legal designation of the component parts in the State Code of Especially Valuable Properties of Cultural Heritage of the Peoples of the Russian Federation by 1 February 2022. Original C is proposed for deletion. For B, completing the process of establishing a centralized management system to ensure coordinated and integrated management of the two component parts. C, finalizing the approval of the management plan with a set time frame for policies and measures to be implemented. And D, establishing a conservation plan and a monitoring program for the petroglyphs dedicated to the systematic monitoring of the conservation of the property.
Do you accept the revisions? Yes, approved. Go on.
Paragraph 5 also recommends that the state party give consideration to the following. A, setting up an adequate documentation system and developing an operational and up-to-date database for the property to ensure monitoring of its conservation. B is proposed for deletion. New B, developing a specific tourism strategy for the property in the course of the strategy of social and economic development of the Republic of Karelia and the tourism strategy of the Republic of Karelia. C, developing a risk preparedness plan for the property in order to address the environmental pressures and developing measures responding to potential natural disasters. This is particularly urgent at the pavilion of Besovsky Sletki and the Zalav Ruga to ensure their long-term conservation. D, submitting all projects planned at the property and its buffer zones to an overall heritage impact assessment to ascertain whether they and the expected increase of tourism could have adverse impacts on the component parts and on their setting, particularly where it is intact, as at Lake Onega. And E, developing an ongoing program of research within a research framework and linked with conservation strategies.
Do you accept the revision? Okay, approved. Go on.
New paragraph 6 requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center, in here, beginning of the insertion proposed by the distinguished delegation of Norway, by 1 February 2022, the revised maps of the modified boundaries of the component part of the series and of their respective buffer zones, as well as the decision establishing the 2 remarkable places of federal significance covering the buffer zones. Also requests the state party to submit by end of the insertion 1 December 2022 a report on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session.
Do you agree with the modification? Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We may wish to hear from the state party, Federation of Russia, whether this deadline is feasible. We can give them the floor to have their take on this. Thank you.
Okay, Russia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank Norway for this modification and we agree with it.
Okay. Approve? Okay, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.44 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate Russian Federation on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Russian Federation, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the committee members and the advisory bodies for their trust and support of our nomination. And with your permission, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Artur Parfenchikov, head of the Republic of Karelia, and Mr. Sergei Obryvalin, First Deputy Minister of Culture of the Russian Federation. Thank you.
Dear Chairman, dear members of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, ladies and gentlemen, Karelia is famous for its cultural and natural attractions, carefully preserved ancient and cultural traditions. One of such monuments of the unique prehistoric rock art, Petroglyphs. We are grateful to the UNESCO World Heritage Committee for its decision to inscribe the Petroglyphs of Karelia on the World Heritage List. The 45th session of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee will be held in Fuzhou City, Russia. It gives us a great opportunity to invite you to visit the Republic of Karelia and get acquainted with the monuments of prehistoric rock art and the original cultural heritage of our region. We are looking forward to welcome you in Karelia. Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, first of all, let me thank China for hosting the 44th session of the World Heritage Committee. We thank the committee members, the World Heritage Center, and ICOMOS for their consultation and support. The inscription of the object, Petroglyph of the Lake Onega and the White Sea of the World Heritage List, is a great honor for the Russian Federation. This object is a unique source of information about the population of this area in the Neolithic era. Petroglyphs are one of the most important components of the long-standing tradition of the rock art in Northern Europe and represent the powerful layer of the universal human culture. The unique examples of a primitive art reflection the views and the way the life Phoenician fishermen, gatherers, forests, and the sea hunters of the north. It is also a part of the history of and the culture, a value of the present and the future generations for all mankind. We will do our best to ensure that all decisions at the UNESCO World Heritage Committee are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. Now let's proceed then. Before we proceed to next property, I'd like to make an announcement. It is my understanding that an informal meeting has been already held between some members on the drafting on Decision 8, as it was suggested. I also understood that it is proposed to form a drafting group composed of the following members of the committee: South Africa, Brazil, Australia, Hungary, and Norway, and Uganda. I would suggest that the group continues meeting on this matter in order to agree on a consensual text under the co-hosting of Norway and Brazil. Other members of the committee that may wish to join the group should contact the co-hosts. Thank you. Let's proceed then. I now invite IUCN to present the Ivindo National Park, Gabon. But before I give the floor to ICOMOS, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We have received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, and this is to be found on page 59 of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you. IUCN, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. L'évaluation de l'UICN se trouve sur les pages indiquées sur la diapositive. L'UICN recommande au comité de renvoyer la proposition d'inscription du parc national de l'Ivindo. Le parc national de l'Ivindo est proposé sous les critères 7, 9 et 10 et couvre une superficie de plus de 300 000 hectares entourée d'une zone tampon de 5 km de large. Le parc national de l'Ivindo comprend des vastes et diverses forêts climatiques assez accumulées, intactes, entrecoupées d'écosystèmes de rivières sauvages qui se définissent par leur nature intacte, exceptionnelle. Le bien proposé fournit suffisamment d'espace pour que le processus de l'évolution puisse se poursuivre. La flore du bien proposé est extrêmement diverse et ses habitats sont d'importance critique pour la conservation des mammifères, des oiseaux et des amphibiens, y inclut l'éléphant de forêt et le gorille de l'Ouest en danger critique d'extinction, le chimpanzé et le perroquet gris en danger, ainsi qu'une faune ichthyologique d'une importance mondiale en raison de son endémisme exceptionnel. De plus, l'UICN note l'intégrité exceptionnelle du bien proposé. L'UICN considère donc que le bien proposé remplit les critères 9 et 10 et qu'il satisfait la condition d'intégrité. Cependant, tout en reconnaissant la valeur esthétique de la forêt tropicale vierge et ses rivières sauvages d'eau noire, marquées par des chutes impressionnantes, l'UICN n'est pas convaincu que le bien se distingue au plan mondial sur le critère 7. En outre, les attributs notés comme importants au titre de ce critère pourraient également être représentés au titre du critère 9. Par ailleurs, le panel de l'UICN a soulevé plusieurs préoccupations en ce qui concerne la protection et la gestion du bien proposé. À l'avis de l'UICN, la protection de la zone tampon devrait être renforcée pour atténuer les effets sur le bien proposé. En particulier, l'exploitation forestière dans la zone tampon pourrait causer des effets de bordure sur le parc, ainsi que des impacts négatifs indirects tels que le braconnage et les espèces envahissantes. Par ailleurs, Le nouveau plan de gestion devrait être terminé tenant compte de la protection de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle potentielle du bien proposé. Le projet de décision se trouve dans le document 8B, comme indiqué sur la diapositive, et contient la recommandation de l'UICN de renvoyer le parc national de l'Ivindo, tout en notant du potentiel important de ce bien proposé à satisfaire les critères 9 et 10. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination.
Sorry, the translation was coming together, Mr. Chair. I raised my hand. Both the French and the English coming together, we couldn't understand.
Can you repeat, Omar?
The translation becoming together, the English and the French, and we couldn't understand the presentation. I'm sorry.
Oh, we check it.
We tried to raise our hand, but the translation, I mean, the presentation went on. Anyway, okay, we can proceed.
Okay, now is it okay now?
Yeah, now it's okay, but during the translation, both the voices are high. We couldn't.
I see. I see. I think we should pay attention to that. Yeah. Uganda, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Uganda would like to commend Gabon for its efforts in preserving Ivindo National Park in its pristine state as an exceptional biodiversity hotspot, and for bringing it before this committee for consideration for inscription on the World Heritage List. My delegation, however, is not comfortable with the recommendation to have this site's nomination referred. While IUCN recognizes the existence of a comprehensive management plan, my delegation wonders why IUCN fell short of recommending inscription of the site. The reasons of lack of a monitoring plan, inadequate staff, inadequate activity implementation, inadequate budget, and gaps in biodiversity inventories that IUCN based itself to refer the site are common management issues at most World Heritage properties, including those that this committee has inscribed during the course of this session. In fact, Chair, IUCN flagged these issues in some nominations, but downplayed their importance and recommended inscription of such sites. Moreover, the issues are routine in nature and usually addressed during management plan implementation. The good news, Chair, is that the state part of Gabon is soon commencing the next planning period, and the gaps of the nature should form basis for advice to the state party after inscription as one way of building ground for compliance assessment to World Heritage management. In addition, the Ugandan delegation views the faulting of the state party on site protection as an error. IUCN itself acknowledged the pristine nature of the property, which it says is well protected under the law with a 5-kilometer buffer zone. IUCN further recognized the excellent integrity of the property with no human activities except for customary fishing. The state party has also demonstrated its commitment through cancellation of projects that should have been established within the site. My delegation, therefore, in this case, finds IUCN inconsistent its analysis of the different sites as if they are supposed to be subjected to different criteria and yardsticks. In view of all the above, Chair, Uganda is opposed to the draft decision and together with other state parties has submitted amendments to the effect. I would like to request you, Chair, to give the state part of Gabon at an appropriate time an opportunity to further clarify the issues of management planning and site protection. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. I will give the floor to the state party after the committee members. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Merci le Président. Monsieur le Président, nous remercions le Gabon pour avoir soumis à nomination sur la liste du patrimoine de ce site exceptionnel qui est le parc national de l'Ivindo. Nous sommes également consternés, comme l'a dit mon frère et collègue de l'Ouganda, de la recommandation faite par l'UCN qui nous semble inconsistant par rapport à ce qu'elle a décidé auparavant et qui semble mettre l'accent sur l'accessoire que plutôt l'essentiel. L'essentiel, Monsieur le Président, c'est que le Gabon a soumis une nomination qui répond parfaitement au titre des critères 9 et 10. Ces critères scientifiques sont justifiés et portent respectivement sur les aspects liés aux écosystèmes et aux habitats importants pour la conservation de la biodiversité. Et la biodiversité et le combat pour celle-ci a un sens, c'est en protégeant ce genre de parc et en lui donnant la reconnaissance qu'il mérite qu'on réussira. Sinon, ça laissera que des lettres mortes ou des paroles vides. Le parc national a été classé parc national en 2002 par un décret qui limite clairement sa frontière, y compris celle de la zone tampon. Cela lui a conféré une protection juridique à long terme remarquable. Ce parc est la principale aire comprenant 13 forêts qui sont uniques au monde. De ce fait, ce parc constitue le refuge principal naturel viable pour des espèces rares, menacées ou endémiques des plateaux intérieurs forestiers de l'Afrique centrale. Concernant la gestion du bien, le plan actuel de gestion 2016-2020 a été prolongé jusqu'en 2022. La révision et la mise à jour de ce plan portera sur les inventaires de la biodiversité et des plans de suivi sur la biodiversité. Elle tiendra également compte de la préservation de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien proposé. Le plan de gestion révisé sera soumis en 2023 au Centre du patrimoine mondial. En matière de financement, ce parc reçoit un appui financier et technique de l'État partie ainsi que des partenaires tels que l'Agence française de développement, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, ainsi que d'autres institutions, ce qui nous permet d'affirmer avec certitude que des financements sécurisés, suffisants et durables pour la gestion du parc sont en place. En ce qui concerne l'intégrité, comme ça a été mentionné par mon collègue, des limites claires ont été établies depuis longtemps et le bien est totalement inhabité à l'intérieur et absolument intact à 90%, répondant ainsi aux demandes et aux exigences d'intégrité. De ce qui précède, l'Éthiopie reconnaît la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de ce parc et comme notifié dans le rapport d'évaluation, ce bien répond aux 2 critères naturels, aux conditions d'intégrité ainsi qu'aux conditions de protection et de gestion. C'est pour cela que nous demandons l'inscription de ce site exceptionnel nécessaire à la préservation de la biodiversité de ce monde à notre session actuelle. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. China, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation thanks the State Party for this nomination and thanks IUCN and the World Heritage Center for the assessment reports. We have carefully studied the IUCN reports and the additional information provided by the State Party and have taken the floor as a co-author of the amendments to the draft decision. The IUCN report recognizes that the Ivindo National Park is biogeographically unique and of higher conservation value. It houses a rich biodiversity, including species on the IUCN Red List of threatened species and species exclusively native to this region. On the whole, IUCN report is positive on the OUV of the nominated property and the criteria 9 and 10, and it also positive on the adequacy of the boundaries of the property. The management plan of the nominated property has been established and implemented by the State Party. Though COVID-19 pandemic has delayed its updating, we take good note that the plan has been extended and its updating is also foreseen in the near future and with clear foresight. Mr. Chair, once again, my delegation would like to stress that Africa is very much underrepresented on the World Heritage List. It is therefore more urgent than ever that the irreplaceable heritage of the continent be protected and preserved for the future generations. My delegation believes that the inscription of this property would be a valuable addition to the World Heritage List, not only for Africa, but also for humanity. With this, I thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. No queremos abundar en argumentos que ya han sido dados con absoluta claridad por nuestros colegas de Etiopía, de Uganda y algunos elementos importantes que ha destacado el ilustre delegado de China. Pero volvemos a repetir algo que hemos dicho cada vez que ha habido una propuesta de África. Es África, es Gabón, estamos hablando de selvas muy antiguas, estamos hablando de espacios de biodiversidad, de conservación de la naturaleza y de un informe que globalmente, si tuviéramos que poner una balanza, el informe de UICN, lo negativo y lo positivo, está muy a favor de todo lo positivo que destaca. Utiliza demasiados condicionales, debería hacerse, podría haberse hecho. A eso Gabón está respondiendo puedo y hago, porque si vemos cómo las medidas que ha tomado y la legislación que tiene para evitar construcciones que en el entorno, para evitar actividades que sean nocivas, para permitir solo que la comunidad que está viviendo allí, que se beneficia de la pesca solamente para supervivencia, están haciendo todo ese tipo de actividades y la ley protectora que tiene, y comprendiendo el esfuerzo que supone el presupuesto que adjudican, tendríamos que ser mucho más que comprensivos. Yo quiero felicitar a Gabón y animarla a que sigan planteando y conservando espacios como este que tanta falta hacen a la humanidad en un mundo en el que con facilidad se olvida que necesitamos de estos espacios para la propia supervivencia de la humanidad. Y quiero también que cuando se le dé la palabra al Estado parte, nos diga, para que queden claras las dudas, nos abunde, nos dé más detalles sobre el mecanismo de financiación sostenible que están poniendo en práctica para la gestión del bien. Por todo lo demás, creemos que hay razones sobradas para que Gabón inscriba inmediatamente este bien en la lista, porque a veces perdemos de perspectiva que cuando se inscribe algo para algunos es una celebración, pero para otros, además de una celebración, es una coartada para la preservación y la conservación, para poder justificar en sus comunidades que hay medidas que hay que tomar porque hay que preservar ese bien que ya no solo es de ellos, es de la humanidad. Está mucho más que justificado.
Thank you for your comment. I will give the floor to the state party after the committee members to give response. Now, Australia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Australia congratulates Gabon on the nomination of this exceptional property and considers that its inscription will help improve the balance of the World Heritage List. We particularly welcome the significant freshwater biodiversity protection that inscription would provide, noting the dire conservation status of many of the world's other freshwater ecosystems. We find much of value in the expert advice of IUCN regarding the future management of the property and encourage the state party to consider this advice in their implementation of this committee's decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Would like to commend Gabon for submitting the nomination of the site Ivindo National Park, and also to thank IUCN for assessing this nomination. As a co-author of the amendments presented to the draft decision, each believes that it is of utmost importance for the committee to inscribe in the current session site on this World Heritage List based on criteria 9 and criteria 10. The National Park of Ivindo is a unique site in Central Africa. It constitutes a natural refuge for rare and threatened species and plays from this perspective an important role in preserving the biodiversity. The site benefits from 2002 legal protection. In addition, the Gabonese authorities adopted a management plan for the site which reinforces the measures aiming at preserving its outstanding universal value. Such measures include banning any type of human activities within the boundaries of the park, except activities related to the sustainable development. We're looking forward to the adoption of the amendments we co-authored within the African group and we express our wish to have the second African site registered on the World Heritage List during this session. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, I found that there's a very strong consensus, but I have a long list on my table. So I'd like to kindly ask you to be very brief, if it's only to fully support or second the proposal made by the previous colleagues. I thank you for your understanding the cooperation. Now, Brazil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. We very much hope the committee will approve the inscription for various reasons, but I won't repeat what my previous colleagues have spoken. The advisory body has recognized the OUV of the site on the basis of criteria 9 and 10, and has considered that other technical requirements such as integrity and boundaries are met. Some improvements are recommended as regards protection and management, though nothing that should constitute an obstacle for inscription. There is, however, one aspect which we would like to seek further clarification from the state party, if you allow, Mr. Chair. The IUCN reports point specific threats to the conservation of the site, particularly when it comes to logging and poaching. Could the state party explain when logging companies operating in the buffer zone will be certified by a Forest Stewardship Council? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I will give the floor to the state party later. Now, Russia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Russia firmly believes that African cultural and natural heritage should have more prominent place in the universal heritage. The Ivindo National Park in Gabon is an example of highly valuable property, which is characterized by beautiful natural landscapes, wetlands, waterfalls, and rapids surrounded by intact forests. The property is supposed to be described on the World Heritage List according to the criteria 9 and 10. Ivindo National Park has been managed since 2002 by the Gabonese National Council of National Parks and later by the National Agency of National Parks. Over the years, these management authorities have gained experience that assists to uphold the conservation standard of the Ivindo National Park, which is one of the best managed national parks in Central Africa. I would like to ask a question. How does the state party intend to develop the new management plan for Ivindo National Park? When could it be available? To finish, Mr. Chairman, we commend the state party for its efforts of conservation of this unique and intact forest ecosystem, and we support the amendments presented by a group of committee members for the inscription of this property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. I will ask the state party to answer the questions posed by the state members later. So Norway, please, you have the floor.
Chair, Norway congratulates Gabon on the nomination of Ivindo National Park and considered that its inscription will make a valuable contribution to the World Heritage List. We also thank the State Party of Uganda and other committee members for the comprehensive amendment for inscription. And we also find the guidance embodied in the draft decision prepared by IUCN and the World Heritage Center valuable, and we have some suggestions to be added when the amendment is presented. At the same time, Norway would like to express that we highly value our partnership with Gabon through the Central African Forest Initiative, and we applaud Gabon's efforts to maintain its high forest cover and low deforestation rates. Gabon's success in this is the basis for the recent announcement of the resource-based payments referred to in the amended draft decision. Gabon makes important contributions to the global arena in the discussions on how to maintain tropical forests, and we welcome their engagement on this also through the World Heritage Convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, my video is coming on now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to congratulate Gabon for the nomination of the Ivindo National Park, which is the main protected area representative of the forest of interior lowlands of Gabon. The site includes forest with a great diversity of formations, including very old Caesalpinius deer forest, unique in Central Africa and in the entire Guinean Congolese domain. These forests constitute one of the 4 zones, very different from each other, of the biogeographical province of Lower Guinea, very different from the forest of the Congolese region. Mr. Chair, the elements presented in this brief presentation of the property militate in the favor of its nomination on the World Heritage List. This will be in line with Gabon's
There's a problem. Yes. It's okay now. There's no sound. Maybe I come back to you. Then, Bahrain, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to be brief, I would like to commend Gabon for this nomination, and we fully support the inscription of this property for the aforementioned justifications expressed by our dear colleagues at the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Hungary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. First of all, Hungary would like to congratulate to IUCN for the preparation of the evaluation regarding to Ivindo National Park, which is the main protected area representative of the forest of the interior plateaus of Gabon. These forests include a great diversity of ecosystems, including very old Caesalpinoideae forests unique in Central Africa. As the advisory body emphasized in its evaluation, the old-grown forest hosts a rich biodiversity, including important and stable population of threatened flagship mammals and avian fauna. These include IUCN Red List species such as critically endangered forest elephant, the western lowland gorilla, the endangered chimpanzee, and many others. Hungary welcomes the state parties' considerable and sustained efforts made to ensure effective coordination and harmonization of policies and practices related to the management of the protected area, and encourage Gabon to update the management plan. The evaluation makes a number of recommendations, all of which we consider sensible and important for the inscription. In light of the above, Hungary agrees with the amendments submitted by Uganda and suggests the inscription of this important biodiversity hotspot on the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Thailand shares the sentiment and seconds the comments made by fellow committee members, and we will not repeat the information already shared earlier. Instead, we would like to stress the dimension of legal protection of the property. Ivindo National Park benefits from long-term and legal protection conferred by the decree, classifying it as a national park in 2002 and setting out the park's boundaries. Gabon National Parks Agency, which is the authority managing the property, has made considerable efforts to ensure effective coordination and harmonization of policy and practices related to the management of the protected area in a sustainable manner. With the exception of management, research, and tourism, the only activity allowed in the property is fishing, but it is also limited to a section of the Ivindo River. These activities are provided for by the Gabonese Forestry Code. Intensified surveillance missions are also regularly carried out to ensure the protection of the property, ultimately safeguarding the OUV of the property. Moreover, the State Party of Gabon has already put in place the management plan, which has just been renewed last month for another 2 years. The plan will be updated again in 2022. With this in mind, Thailand would like to support the draft amendment to inscribe the Ivindo National Park. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like also to concur with the previous discussion and support for Japan and commend them for providing this file for their committee. I'd like also to add a bit on the management. Oman clearly noted the great and sustainable efforts made by state party for protecting and managing the property with long-term legal protection conferred by the Decree 612 in 2002, which classified the national park and its boundaries, in addition to the Order 118 in 2004, which regulate forest, mining, agriculture, aquaculture, hunting, and tourism activities with the buffer zone. The property has also management plan 2016-2020, which renewed for 2 years by the ministerial decision in 2021. Considering the explanation of the potential OUV of the property, of inscribing the property according to criteria 9 and 10, and the great efforts made by state party for managing and protecting the property, therefore, Oman support the inscription of the property on the World Heritage List and the amendment drafted decision 44.88.31. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mali, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Mali félicite l'État partie du Gabon pour cette proposition d'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Nous pensons qu'il s'agit d'une candidature de grande qualité et des efforts concrets ont été déployés pour préserver ce site du parc national de l'Ivindo. Nous pouvons citer par exemple le renforcement du plan de gestion 2016-2020 qui a été prolongé par décision ministérielle jusqu'en 2022. Par ailleurs, les inventaires de biodiversité, les mises à jour de ce plan de gestion prendront en compte la préservation de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Les conditions d'intégrité de la propriété proposées sont remplies. Les limites sont claires et le site est non perturbé et vierge. Enfin, un financement sécurisé et durable de 150 millions de dollars sur 10 ans est établi pour la gestion du site. Par conséquent, nous appelons les membres du comité à inscrire ce site naturel exceptionnel sur la liste du patrimoine pendant cette session. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Guatemala, please.
Buenos días, señor presidente. Muchas gracias por darnos la palabra. Guatemala desea expresar su reconocimiento por la nominación de este importante parque nacional, el cual posee ríos con especies endémicas, como por ejemplo algunas especies de peces elefante, así como bosques maduros intactos sin presencia humana, los cuales albergan especies emblemáticas como chimpancés, mandriles, gorilas de Occidente y una importante población de elefantes de selva africano. Por lo que insta al Estado parte a cumplir con todas las recomendaciones, en especial lo relacionado al manejo de especies exóticas invasoras, como las hormigas asociadas a las concesiones forestales. En principio, apoyamos el proyecto de decisión original, ya que permite seguir el orden establecido en las directrices y así poder cumplir con todos los requisitos solicitados para completar su inscripción. Sin embargo, nuestra delegación no se opone al consenso. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity once again. The undisputed pristine natural attributes and the technical justification provided by the state party on the Ivindo National Park in Gabon cannot be further ignored by this session. Hence, South Africa aligns itself with the emerging consensus presented by all distinguished committee members. Therefore, South Africa strongly recommends the inscription of for the inscription on the World Heritage List as proposed by Uganda, Mali, South Africa, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Ethiopia in the amendment of the draft decision 44-BB.31. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be explaining about the integrity of the site, and please bear with me. Ivindo National Park covers an area of 300,000 hectares, more than 481,000 with its legal buffer zone. It is totally uninhabited, very sparsely populated peripheral zone, 1 to 2 inhabitants per square kilometer. Therefore, the human impact on the forest is really negligible. At present, the nominated property is intact compared to other forests in Central Africa, almost all of which has been subject to anthropogenic influence and over the last millennium, especially over the last 3 centuries. There are current logging but they are under sustainable management or certified by the Forest Stewardship Council at a rate of only 2 trees per hectare, demonstrating responsibility and sustainability. Moreover, by its size and the nature of the topography and the hydrographic system, its phytogeographic and ecological gradient, and its connectivity with other protected areas like Menkebi National Park to the north and Muagne National Park to the east, the ecosystem within the Ivindo National Park is able to withstand changing in climate, at least those predicted by current estimates. These elements demonstrate that this property meets the criteria of integrity required for inscription on the World Heritage List. Moreover, Mr. Chair and dear members, the inscription of this site will definitely enhance the diversity of the World Heritage List, not only as a natural site, but also as a site from the African region. We support the amendment presented, Your Excellency, and we would love to see this site inscribed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bosnie-Herzégovine soutient l'inscription d'Ivindo Park lors de cette session du comité. Et félicitations au Gabon pour cette proposition extraordinaire. Juste un mot de plus. Quand on parle d'abord d'un lieu exceptionnel, ce qui est le parc dont on parle, à bien des égards. Et puis, on commence à parler des problèmes secondaires ça rend notre discussion un peu difficile. Donc, l'important, c'est que ce parc soit inscrit et la Bosnie est derrière cette proposition. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Now I give the floor to the state party, Gabon, to answer the questions and make some response. Try to be very brief.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, de donner la parole au Gabon. Monsieur le Président, nous voudrons d'abord remercier tous les membres du comité. Monsieur le Président, avec votre permission, nous voulons donner la parole à Monsieur le ministre des Eaux et Forêts, le professeur Lee White. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci également à tous les États partis pour les questions et les commentaires. Je remercie l'État parti de l'Espagne pour leur soutien ainsi que pour leurs questions sur les financements. Effectivement, le parc national de l'Ivindo est soutenu financièrement et techniquement par des ressources provenant du budget du gouvernement gabonais en premier. Il y a également des financements engagés par nos partenaires comme United States US Fish and Wildlife Service et USAID à travers un accord de collaboration sur 5 ans en cours de renouvellement et l'ONG Wildlife Conservation Society qui depuis 20 ans soutient ce parc. Nous pouvons également souligner notre partenariat de 10 ans avec l'initiative pour la forêt de l'Afrique centrale, CAFI, avec un financement qui vient surtout de la Norvège, qui fournira les ressources substantielles pour le bien jusqu'en 2030. La nouvelle initiative LEAF de la Norvège, du Royaume-Uni et des États-Unis, dont le Gabon se prépare à postuler, et une initiative en cours avec l'ONG The Nature Conservancy pour la création d'un fonds fiduciaire pour soutenir la biodiversité au Gabon. Je remercie également l'État partie du Brésil pour la question sur les concessions forestières. Les 10 concessions forestières ont le statut de concessions forestières sous développement durable déjà, ce qui signifie qu'elles sont gérées durablement. En outre, 2 de ces concessions sont déjà certifiées par Forest Stewardship Council, FSC. Le Gabon s'est engagé dans un processus de certification FSC pour tous les concessions forestières qui devraient aboutir en fin 2022. Néanmoins, à cause des retards liés au Covid-19, c'est probable que l'État partie va accorder 2 ans de plus aux sociétés déjà engagées dans le processus de certification, mais au plus tard 2025, tous les permis forestiers autour de ce bien vont être certifiés ou annulés. Je remercie l'État partie également de la Fédération de Russie pour la question sur le plan de management. Effectivement, le plan de gestion actuel du parc national couvrait la période 2016-2020, mais à cause de la pandémie Covid-19 qui a retardé certaines actions de gestion, nous avons prolongé de 2 ans et le nouveau plan de gestion sera disponible en 2023. Malgré la pandémie, cependant, les patrouilles de surveillance et les activités de gestion ont été effectuées régulièrement dans le bien afin d'assurer sa conservation et sa protection. Et finalement, j'ajouterai qu'en plus du décret de 2002 qui crée ce parc, il y a une loi en 2007 qui a confirmé le classement du parc, qui fait que c'est que le Parlement gabonais qui peut modifier les limites de ce parc, le donnant ainsi une protection en plus. Donc, je remercie tout le monde pour les questions et pour les commentaires, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your response. I give the floor to IUCN.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond very, very briefly, we first of all welcome the additional information provided by the state party and by Minister White. We fully agree with the exceptional value of this site and its OUV, and with the sentiment expressed by several state parties about the need to welcome more World Heritage, African World Heritage Site to the World Heritage List. We would simply like to note as well that we do not believe that our advice on issues related to logging in buffer zones has been inconsistent, but rather is evolving in response to new scientific information on the requirements for achieving true sustainability with industrial logging in tropical forests, and with new information coming to light on the crucial importance of ecosystem integrity to addressing the climate and biodiversity crises. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I see no more questions in the comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.31. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Ms. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have received an amendment from Uganda and co-authored by a number of committee members, as shown on the screen. We have no modifications proposed for paragraph 1, Mr. Chair.
Dear committee members, we'll adopt the text paragraph by paragraph. So paragraph 1, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 2 inscribes Ivindo National Park, Gabon, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 9 and 10.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 3 takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. Brief synthesis, criterion 9, criterion 10, integrity, protection and management requirements. This is the end of paragraph 3, Mr. Chair.
Do you agree? Yes, approved. Go on.
Paragraph 4 expresses its appreciation to the State Party for the significant efforts made so far for the conservation of Ivindo National Park and requests the State Party to review the general management plan of the property. Here is a proposed insertion from Norway, and to submit it by 1 February 2023 to the World Heritage Center for review by IUCN, end of the insertion, and to ensure that this plan, A, takes into account the protection of the outstanding universal value of the property, including undertaking biodiversity inventories and the monitoring plan for the biodiversity of its freshwater and Cesalpiniodea forests. B, proposed addition from Norway, is developed through a fully participatory process, including consultations with local communities, both in the buffer zone and adjacent to Ivindo National Park. C, is supported by secure, adequate, and sustainable funding for the management of the property.
Do you accept the modification? Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we would like to first of all ask the delegation of Gabon whether they're comfortable with these changes as proposed by our colleagues from Norway, especially the submission by 1st February 2023 of the review by IUCN of the General Management Plan. That is one. Two, I have a question on B. B seems to be, for me, out of scope. Especially the last part, we talked about adjacent to the Ivindo National Park. I don't see the relevance of that addition. In particular, I'm not comfortable with B at all, as the way it is formulated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Gabon, please. Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à l'État partie de la Norvège pour ces propositions. Je n'ai pas de problème avec la date du 1er février 2023. On va effectivement, au cours du 2022, finaliser le plan de gestion modifié. Donc, on sera en mesure, en début 2023, de pouvoir le faire. Pour la proposition B, nous avons dans notre loi sur les parcs nationaux une prévision de création d'un comité local de gestion du parc national dans lequel on définit les communautés qui sont impliquées dans la gestion du parc. Donc, je ne vois pas vraiment l'utilité de cet ajout qui n'est pas également très spécifique sur les questions adjacentes du parc national. Donc, compte tenu que c'est déjà prévu cette consultation dans notre loi, je ne pense pas qu'on a besoin respectueusement de cette proposition B. Et pour la proposition C, effectivement, nous avons, comme j'ai déjà dit, une visibilité sur 10 ans et un fonds fiduciaire en cours de création. Donc, je pense que le point C ne présente pas de problème. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Okay, thank you. For Norway, is it okay for you?
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, Uganda, please. Oh, cancelled. Okay. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was going, since we have an agreement, took back my request to take the floor. Thank you.
Okay, so do you agree with all these modifications? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 5. recommends that the state party ensure that any infrastructure or development projects outside the property do not adversely affect the outstanding universal value of the property and are subject to prior assessment in accordance with the IUCN World Heritage Advisory Note Environmental Assessment.
Agree? Okay, approved. Go on.
New paragraph 6 also recommends that all concessions in the buffer zone of Ivindo National Park should meet the provisions of the Forest Stewardship Council (FSC) certification and be strictly controlled and managed without significant impact on the outstanding universal value of the property. There is a proposed addition by Norway in here, and further recommends the state party to explore enlarging the buffer zone to include more fully the Cesalpinidae forests in the landscape surrounding the property.
Ethiopia, please. Microphone.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry. We are not at all comfortable with the second part of the recommendations regarding the expansion of the buffer zone. We don't see why that is needed. We have recognized that property has OUV status based on criteria we have identified, and then we have also clearly stated out the buffer zones, that the integrity is respected. Why are we here putting further obligations on the state party? So we suggest the deletion of the second part of that recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Norway. Is it okay for you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to precise that this was a recommendation that we think would benefit, that it would bring important additional conservation benefits to the property, but we can delete if we don't see the benefit of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Uganda supports the position of Ethiopia.
Okay. Okay. So, dear committee members, do you accept this paragraph? Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to join my colleagues from Ethiopia and Uganda to delete this paragraph definitely, and we'd like to see also number 7 deleted, which is an extra burden on the member states. Thank you.
Okay, it's agreed. So, any other objections? No, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 7, proposed by Norway, recommends furthermore that any future internal zonation of Ivindo National Park be based on inventories of the biodiversity values and does not allow tourism infrastructure, such as hotels, to be located inside the park.
Any objection? Ethiopia, please.
Chair, we do not at all agree with this one. This prejudges what the state party will do. It is putting, again, additional obligations which have no merit or basis of being here. I don't understand why we are talking about these things. The state party has already made a certain number of commitments. We do not think this is fair nor valid to be included here, so we suggest the deletion as was stated by my cousin from Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Okay. So Norway, do you agree with the deletion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was again a recommendation that we think would actually benefit the property, but it seems to not be agreed by the other committee members. So we will agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, good. So any other? Uganda, you have the floor.
Chair, we support Ethiopia, want to be recorded on that part.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia.
Okay. So do you accept the deletion? Mali.
Le Mali rejoint l'Éthiopie et les autres pays. Il faut biffer cette partie-là. Merci.
Okay, Egypt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation would like also to join previous speakers in asking to delete this paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, so this paragraph has been deleted. Approved. Go ahead.
In this case, it will be paragraph 7, but shown as 8 right now. Encourages the state party to further its efforts in enhancing the management, technical and financial capacity for the effective conservation of the property.
Agree? Okay, approved.
And new paragraph 8 finally requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2024. And we have a proposal from Norway as 1 December 2023, a report on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 48th session, and respectively suggested by Norway, 47th session.
For the Norway's proposal, any objection? Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. We would like to ask the state party if indeed these timelines are okay for them and if they're comfortable with the amendments made to the timelines in terms of submission of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the state party, Gabon, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci encore à tous les États partis pour les commentaires. Je n'ai pas d'objection pour la modification de Norvège. Je pense que ce sera peut-être mieux de garder 2024, mais s'il y a consensus sur 2023, nous n'avons pas de problème avec ça.
Okay, thank you. Ethiopia, it's okay for you?
It's fine for us. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so approve? Okay, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.31 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate Gabon on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. I'd like to express my heartfelt joy to see another property from the African continent inscribed on the World Heritage List, and I commend the remarkable efforts of you all. Gabon, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président du comité. Merci, les membres du comité. Merci, Mesdames et Messieurs les experts. C'est avec une immense joie que j'accueille votre décision d'inscrire le parc national de l'Ivindo sur la liste du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Ce chef d'œuvre de la nature mérite amplement ce label du patrimoine mondial. C'est un moment historique pour la conservation de la biodiversité riche et exceptionnelle qu'abrite ce site, à savoir de très vieilles forêts intactes et refuges pour de nombreuses espèces endémiques et des espèces menacées. Le parc national de l'Ivindo est devenu aujourd'hui notre bien à tous. Il est évident que l'inscription de ce site sur la liste du patrimoine mondial n'est pas un fin en soi. Comme l'ont dit tous les représentants des États partis qui ont eu l'honneur d'avoir un bien inscrit sur cette liste durant cette session, c'est maintenant que tout commence. En effet, le défi est de maintenir l'intégrité de ce bien ainsi nominé sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Aussi, Mesdames et Messieurs, par ma voix, le Gabon s'engage à respecter les recommandations annoncées dans la décision relative à l'inscription du parc national de l'Ivindo. Je ne saurais terminer sans réitérer ma profonde gratitude aux membres du comité de patrimoine mondial, au secrétariat et à l'USN pour l'accompagnement dans nous avons bénéficié. Je voudrais aussi remercier le Fonds pour le patrimoine mondial africain pour son soutien constant. Au nom des plus hautes autorités du Gabon, je vous exprime ma reconnaissance pour la décision que vous venez de prendre. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Congratulations once more. Dear colleagues, I suggest we have a technical break for 5 minutes. Dear colleagues, now let's continue. I now invite IUCN to present the significant boundary modification of the ancient and the primeval beech forests of the Carpathians and other regions of Europe, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Czech Republic, France, Italy, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Poland, Serbia, Slovakia, and Switzerland. The draft decision concerning this nomination can be found in document WHC/21/44.com/8b.at. But before I give the floor to IUCN, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this property, and this is to be found on the page 64 of document INFAIT before. Thank you.
Thank you. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the third extension of the existing World Heritage property of the ancient and primeval beech forests of the Carpathians and other regions of Europe. IUCN is recommending the committee to approve the modification of 6 existing component parts and the inclusion of 15 new component parts as an extension of the existing property. And the evaluation can be found on the page identified on the slide before you. The ancient and primeval beech forests was first inscribed back in 2007 in Slovakia and Ukraine. Extensions that followed in 2010 and 2016 significantly expanded the serial property, which today spans 12 countries across Europe, counting 78 component parts in total. The extension that's tabled at this year's committee session has 3 distinct elements. Firstly, a significant boundary modification is proposed for 4 existing component parts in Slovakia to address long-standing concerns regarding boundaries which have been subject to the committee's state of conservation decisions. Secondly, the nomination proposes an enlargement of 1 existing component part in Italy and its buffer zone, as well as an enlargement of a second buffer zone of a component part also in Italy. Thirdly, the nomination contains an extension to the existing property, and this is proposing the addition of 29 new component parts across 10 states parties. Regarding the existing component parts, IUCN considers that the modifications considerably improve integrity. We'd like to highlight the work of the State Party of Slovakia in resolving various conservation issues in the Rozhok, the Havešova, the Studzica, and the Vihorlat component parts, which come to a convincing outcome in relation to the committee's past discussions. And in this respect, we'd like to express our appreciation for the continuous and constructive dialogue with the State Party, also through missions in past years. Regarding the newly proposed component parts, IUCN considers that 9 of these improve the representation of primeval and ancient beech forests, completing the series with near natural old growth beech forests. And a further 6 component parts are located nearby to existing components, and they strengthen connectivity and completeness of the existing property. And these 15 component parts exhibit convincing levels of integrity and appropriate protection and management regimes. The remaining component parts that have been nominated have either not yet fully demonstrated that they meet the requirements of the operational guidelines, or they exhibit more significant issues related to integrity and or protection and management requirements. And there are 3 component parts that do not meet criterion 9 and therefore are not recommended for inclusion in the property. IUCN is ready and already working to support states parties on those component parts that would have the potential to improve the existing property, but are not recommended for inclusion in the present time, but might be included in future extensions of this property. Finally, Mr. Chair, IUCN notes that the conservation issues of the existing property, which the committee has already examined under item 7B, are important. And while the present nomination alone cannot solve all of these conservation issues for the existing property, we think it makes a very good step in addressing some of the long-standing conservation issues and also to improve management effectiveness. We'd like to thank all of the nominating states parties in that regard, and also the State Party of Switzerland and the Coordination Office of what is a very complex nomination and partnership for the very effective dialogue throughout the evaluation process, and which has continued following the publication of the evaluation report. Mr. Chair, the draft decision can be found in document 8B on the pages shown on this slide, and this contains IUCN's recommendation to approve the significant boundary modification of this property through the addition or modification of 22 component parts based on criterion 9. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. Dear committee members, for this property, recommended for inscription, if there's no objection and no specific comments on it, shall we move on to the draft decision? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.32. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.32 adopted. Let me congratulate all the state parties involved on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Representative of all the state parties, you have the floor for a 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de nous donner la parole. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi d'abord de remercier la Chine d'avoir accueilli cette session du comité et nous vous félicitons, Monsieur le Président, de votre gestion efficace des délibérations. Nous tenons aussi à exprimer notre solidarité avec les victimes des inondations en Chine ainsi que dans nos pays voisins. Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du comité, Excellency, les États parties qui participent à cette extension saluent la présente décision du comité. Aujourd'hui, un grand pas en avant a été fait pour la protection d'un bien iconique pour les écosystèmes forestiers. Il s'agit de se rappeler que l'intervention humaine a été responsable d'une réduction spectaculaire de ces forêts de hêtres, une tendance à enrayer afin de garantir l'intégrité des écosystèmes qu'elles servent. Chaque accroissement du bien représente un acte important. Lié à la principale espèce d'arbre d'Europe, le bien s'étend désormais sur 18 pays qui tous sont conscients de sa valeur exceptionnelle. La préparation de ce dossier a été un véritable défi, plus encore avec la COVID-19. La solidarité des États parties et la motivation des gestionnaires des forêts nous ont permis d'atteindre ce résultat en peu de temps. Volontaire pour organiser l'élaboration de ces propositions transnationales, la Suisse tient à remercier tous les pays impliqués pour leur engagement exceptionnel et de haute qualité. Elle remercie aussi l'Autriche et la Belgique pour leur soutien comme coordinatrice du bien existant. Tous les États parties concernés regrettent que certaines des composantes n'aient pas été retenues par inscription, notamment en raison des difficultés à organiser l'ensemble des missions sur site. Nous nous félicitons des discussions déjà entamées pour trouver prochainement des solutions et sommes reconnaissantes à l'IUCN pour le dialogue transparent et constructif. Notre reconnaissance va aussi au Centre du patrimoine mondial pour son soutien technique devant la complexité de cette nomination. Monsieur le Président, nous apercevons le bout du chemin d'une pleine protection des forêts de hêtres au titre de la Convention. L'impressionnante mobilisation de tous les partenaires et la présente décision du comité nous rendent confiants de pouvoir l'atteindre dans un proche avenir. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much for your solidarity with the Chinese people in the flood-stricken area. Thank you for the statement. Congratulations once again. Dear colleagues, we have now finished the examination of all nominations. We will proceed with the examination of 16 minor modifications to the boundaries of properties already inscribed on the World Heritage List. You will find the related draft decisions in documents whc/21/44.com/8b and whc/21/44.com/8b.add. In order to save time, minor boundary modifications requests proposed for approval will be adopted without discussion. I therefore invite Mr. Balsamo to read the list of minor boundary modification requests proposed for approval. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is the list of minor boundary modification requests recommended for approval and proposed to be adopted without discussion. Canada had smashed-in Buffalo Jump. China, Hubei Shenongia. Czechia, landscape for breeding and training for ceremonial carriage horses at Clat de Brie nad Labem. Honduras, Maya site of Copan. Italy, historic center of Florence. Italy, Ivrea, industrial city of the 20th century. Italy, Porto Venere, Cinque Terre, and the islands Palmariatino and Tinetto. And Ukraine, Kiev, St. Sophia Cathedral, and related monastic buildings, Kiev, Pershek, Lora. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. Are there any questions? I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt draft decisions 44-8b.50, 52, 56, 57, 58, 60, 61, and 65. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Ms. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments to these decisions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see now. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8b.50, 52, 56, 57, 58, 60, 61, and 65 adopted. I now invite ICMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the Abbey Church of Saint-Savin sur Gardempe, France. ICMOS, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation de la modification mineure des limites de l'abbatiale de Saint-Savin de Frigertan, France. Diapositive suivante, s'il vous plaît. Cette modification mineure concerne l'extension de la zone tampon existante de 147 hectares à 4214 hectares. L'extension vise à préserver les vues lointaines et dégagées de la flèche gothique de l'église abbatiale depuis plusieurs points de vue de la vallée de la Gartin et de préserver les relations spatiales entre l'abbaye et son paysage. Diapositive suivante. L'ICOMOS considère qu'une zone tampon élargie permettra de prendre en compte le territoire de manière globale, mais un cadre de délimitation révisé de la zone tampon à une échelle plus appropriée est nécessaire. Aussi, les outils de protection existants devront être adaptés et des nouveaux outils de gestion être mis en place afin de gérer cette zone tampon élargie. Un calendrier pour la prise en compte de la nouvelle zone tampon dans les outils de planification et protection doit être soumis. Et aussi une clarification sur la façon dont la gestion de la zone tampon va se coordonner avec la gestion du bien. D'où la recommandation de l'ICOMOS de renvoyer à l'État partie cette proposition de modification mineure. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, ICMOS, for your presentation. Any comments concerning this nomination? I see now. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8b.53. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.53 adopted. I now invite ICMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the banks of the Seine, Paris, France. ICMOS, you have the floor.
This presentation is for the ICMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for Paris, banks of the Seine, France. Next slide. The proposal is to extend the property by slightly more than 50%, shown here in red. Next slide. And to create a buffer zone. The property was inscribed to reflect the growth of the city of Paris from the Middle Ages to the mid-20th century, through a succession of architectural and urban masterpieces along the River Seine or visible from it. These three parameters define the existing boundary. The proposed extension includes some buildings and ensembles that might be seen as architectural masterpieces, but also buildings of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, and some that do not have intervisibility with the river. Thus, while parts of the proposed extensions could be seen to strengthen or complement outstanding universal value, the scope of the whole would alter the focus of the property. The creation of a buffer zone is welcomed in principle, but what is unclear is how its protection and management could support the outstanding universal value of the property. Next slide. In conclusion, ICMOS recommends that the proposed minor modification to the boundary of Paris banks of the Seine, France, should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, ICMOS, for your presentation. Any comments concerning this nomination? I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.54. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.54 adopted. I now invite ICMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the historic center of Rome. The properties of the Holy See in that city enjoy extraterritorial rights, and the San Polo, Fuori le Mura, Holy See, and Italy. ICMOS, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation de la modification mineure des limites du centre historique de Rome et des biens du Saint-Siège, Italie Saint-Siège. Diapositive suivante. La modification mineure des limites du bien propose la création d'une zone tampon et fournit un rapport technique qui donne des informations détaillées sur les études de base réalisées et la définition des limites de la zone tampon. Diapositive suivante. L'ICOMOS prend bonne note des informations fournies concernant l'établissement de cette zone tampon, mais considère qu'un certain nombre de points devraient être clarifiés et envisagés, et notamment considérer l'extension des limites proposées pour la zone tampon sur la base d'un réexamen des relations conceptuelles et physiques entre le bien et son environnement immédiat, fournir de plus amples détails sur les mécanismes en place dans la zone tampon proposée, pour évaluer l'impact de projets de développement sur le bien du patrimoine mondial et finalement préciser de quelle façon et quand les délimitations de la zone tampon proposée seront inscrites dans les règlements locaux et nationaux existants afin de conférer un statut légal à ces limites. D'où la recommandation de l'ICOMOS de renvoyer aux États parties l'examen de propositions de zone tampon du bien afin de fournir les informations demandées ci-dessus. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Igmos, for your presentation. Any comments concerning this nomination? I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.55. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We haven't received any amendments on this draft decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.55 adopted. I now invite Igmos to present the minor boundary modification of the Durham Castle and the Cathedral, United Kingdom of Great Britain and the Northern Ireland. Igmos, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation de la modification mineure des limites de la cathédrale et château de Durham au Royaume-Uni. Diapositive suivante. La modification mineure proposée des limites du bien concerne principalement l'inclusion des deux rives de la rivière Wear au niveau du bien. Elle répond à la nécessité de prendre en compte l'environnement naturel du bien et d'associer les délimitations proposées aux attributs de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien. Démarche que l'ICOMOS approuve sur le principe. Elle contribuera à renforcer l'intégrité et la gestion du bien. Diapositive suivante. L'ICOMOS considère qu'il est nécessaire de considérer une extension des limites proposées sur les rives extérieures de la rivière pour englober non seulement les zones boisées, mais aussi les espaces entre les deux, et également de clarifier les mesures de protection qui vont s'appliquer à cette zone élargie. D'où la recommandation de l'ICOMOS de renvoyer à l'État partie cette proposition de modification mineure des délimitations. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Igmos, for your presentation. Any comments concerning this nomination? I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.59. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We haven't received any amendments on this draft decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.59 adopted. We will now continue with the minor boundary modification requests that are included in document WHC/21/44.com/8B.add. I now invite ICMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the prehistoric sites and the decorated caves of the Vizsla Valley, France. ICMOS, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation des modifications mineures des limites des sites préhistoriques et grottes ornées de la vallée de la Vézère. Diapositive suivante. La modification mineure concerne la proposition d'une zone tampon unique pour le bien inséré, comprenant l'ensemble de la vallée de la Vézère, de Montignac à Limeuil et correspondant à une unité géographique bien identifiée. La zone tampon permettra de garantir une conservation pérenne de biens archéologiques et patrimoniaux enfouis, par le contrôle des flux touristiques, de la modification du bâti et la prévention des risques. Diapositive suivante. L'ICOMOS considère que les limitations de la zone tampon proposées sont justifiées et que des mécanismes de protection adaptés sont proposés pour l'ensemble de la zone tampon. Toutefois, l'approbation de la zone tampon par les communautés locales n'est pas mentionnée ni l'intégration des mécanismes de protection prévus par les lois nationales dans les plans d'urbanisme. Aussi, il sera nécessaire d'intégrer des mécanismes de protection prévus par la zone tampon dans les plans de gestion de l'ensemble. Pour ces raisons, l'ICOMOS recommande que l'examen de la modification mineure soit renvoyé à l'État partie. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Igmos, for your presentation. Any comments concerning this nomination? I see now. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.62. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We haven't received any amendments on this draft decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see now. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.62 adopted. I now invite Igmos to present the minor boundary modification of the routes of Santiago de Compostela in France. Igmos, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation de la modification mineure des limites de chemin de Saint-Jacques-de-Compostelle en France. Diapositive suivante. La modification mineure propose la création d'une zone tampon pour le périmètre de 77 composants en 78. Il commence note l'effort important d'études documentaires conduit par l'État partie pour définir la zone tampon raisonnée. Diapositive suivante. Premièrement, l'ICOMOS considère que la majorité des délimitations des zones tampons sont appropriées, mais certaines d'entre elles sont à revoir. Deuxièmement, concernant les mécanismes de protection, la situation n'est pas satisfaisante à ce stade. Il s'agit de s'assurer que l'intégralité de chaque zone tampon est protégée par les systèmes de protection en place et également de fournir le calendrier d'approbation municipale des zones tampons. C'est pour ces raisons que l'ICOMOS recommande à renvoyer à l'État partie la création des zones tampons pour le bien, afin de fournir des informations sur les points ci-dessus. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Igmos, for your presentation. Any comments concerning this nomination? I see now. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.63. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We haven't received any amendments on this draft decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Franz, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Monsieur le Président, depuis plusieurs années, la France a engagé un travail très important de mise à jour rétrospective des éléments des biens inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial, en s'appuyant notamment sur les recommandations faites lors des rapports périodiques. Ce travail de coopération entre les services de l'État et les collectivités territoriales concernées s'appuie sur le Code du patrimoine qui intègre désormais les notions de zone tampon et de plan de gestion. Cette année, votre comité a dû examiner 4 modifications mineures des limites proposées par la France. Paris, rive de la Seine, abbatiale de Saint-Savin-sur-Gartempe, les sites préhistoriques et grottes ornées de la vallée de la Vézère et les chemins de Saint-Jacques-de-Compostelle en France. Votre décision a été prise à la lumière des recommandations de l'ICOMOS qui n'en a accepté aucune. Si nous ne contestons pas ces évaluations et les décisions prises, nous ne comprenons pas très bien les arguments scientifiques et philosophiques qui sous-tendent ces renvois. Au-delà de la grande déception qu'elles suscitent et de la démobilisation des collectivités territoriales qu'elles sont susceptibles d'entraîner, elles font perdre encore quelques années pour la mise en place de limites et de protection adéquates pour la valeur universelle exceptionnelle des biens inscrits il y a plusieurs décennies. Sur ces sujets aussi, un dialogue avec l'ICOMOS doit être mis en place et nous souhaiterions l'engager dès septembre 2021 afin que nous puissions travailler ensemble et parvenir ainsi à adopter des mesures protégeant la VUE de ces biens. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment? I see now. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.63 adopted. I now invite ICOMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the archaeological areas of Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Terra Annunziata, Italy. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation de la modification mineure des limites des zones archéologiques de Pompéi, Herculaneum et Torre Annunziata en Italie. Diapositive suivante. L'actuelle modification mineure des limites propose une nouvelle zone tampon basée sur une approche différente de celle exprimée dans la décision 38-8B.51. Cette zone tampon révisée prend en compte des aspects pratiques liés à une gestion efficace d'une zone tampon. Diapositive suivante. L'ICOMOS prend bonne note des informations fournies concernant l'établissement de ces zones tampons, mais considère qu'un certain nombre de points devraient être clarifiés, et notamment la façon dont les critères utilisés pour définir les zones tampons ont été utilisés pour sélectionner les zones à inclure, la raison pour laquelle certains des fragments de la zone tampon d'origine ont été laissés hors des nouvelles zones tampons proposées, la façon dont la protection juridique s'applique sur les aires comprises dans les zones tampons proposées, qui se situent en dehors du mandat du plan territorial de gestion du paysage des municipalités vésuviennes et qui ne sont pas reconnues comme patrimoine culturel. Et finalement, les modalités de gestion et les calendriers pour les zones tampons proposées. D'où la recommandation de l'ICOMOS de renvoyer à l'État partie l'examen de la proposition de ces zones tampons afin de fournir les informations demandées ci-dessus. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. Any comments concerning this nomination? I see now. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.64. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this draft decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.64 adopted. I now invite ICOMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the city of Potosi, plurinational state of Bolivia. ICOMOS, you have the floor. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation de la modification mineure des limites de la ville de Potosi en Bolivie. Diapositive suivante. Cette proposition d'établissement de zone tampon répond à la décision 43-8B.50 comité. Diapositive suivante. L'ICOMOS considère qu'il manque des informations nécessaires à comprendre la façon dont la zone tampon a été conçue, et notamment les 3 points suivants devraient faire l'objet de clarification. Premièrement, la logique qui a présidé à la délimitation de la zone tampon. Deuxièmement, les mécanismes de protection appliqués au sein de la zone tampon afin de comprendre comment celle-ci offrira un surpoids de protection aux biens. Troisièmement, le champ d'application des différentes réglementations en vigueur dans la zone tampon, en particulier en ce qui concerne le chevauchement des différents mécanismes de protection. D'où la recommandation de l'ICOMOS de renvoyer à l'État partie l'examen de cette zone tampon afin de lui permettre de fournir les informations. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. Any comments concerning this nomination? I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.66. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
We haven't received any amendments on this draft decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.66 adopted. We have now finished the examination of minor boundary modifications. We will now continue with our agenda item 8B and proceed with the adoption of statements of OUV of properties inscribed at previous sessions of the committee. I now invite Mr. Balsamo to present this point.
Thank you, Chair. Here we are dealing with 11 statements of outstanding universal value that were provisionally adopted at previous session by the committee. In document 8B and the provisional statements were 12, but as the committee decided to approve the significant boundary modification of the ancient primeval beech forest of the Carpathian and other regions of Europe property, and therefore adopted the statement of outstanding universal value included in it, draft decision 44-8B67, which was also included in the revised statement for the property as inscribed until now regarding the statement of OUV of properties inscribed at previous session and not adopted by the committee by removing this property from the draft decision. The 11 statements concern the following properties: Azerbaijan Historic Center of Sheki with the Khan Palace, Cambodia Temple Zone of Sambor Pre-Cook, archaeological site of ancient Ishnapura, China Migratory Bird Sanctuaries along the coast of Yellow Sea Bohai Gulf of China Phase 1, Czechia Landscape for breeding and training and ceremonial carriage horses is Clatbury and Nat Laben, India Jaipur City, Rajasthan, Poland, Kremloniki Prehistoric Striped Flint Mining Region, Portugal, Royal Building of Mafra, Palace, Basilica Convent, Circle Garden and Hunting Park Tapada, Portugal, Sanctuary of Bom Jesus do Monte in Braga, Russian Federation, Central Sikhote Handling, Saudi Arabia, Al-Asa Oasis and Evolving Cultural Landscape, South Africa, Barberton, Makoiva Mountains. I wish to recall that the work to organize, revise, and do the necessary back and forth to further refine and then bring to adoption provisional statement of OUV is lengthy and costly. And this additional work, which is brought in the system because of the changes that may occur between a recommendation and the related decision. Each time a site recommended for referral or deferral is inscribed, we add a new provisional statement in the system and therefore add the related cost to bear. These statements are being refined with the cooperation of the advisory bodies and the concerned state parties, and they are now ready for adoption. Decision 44-8B67 can be found in document 8B add, and it is on page 17 of the English version and page 18 of the French version. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo, for this presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.67. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments on this decision, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.67 adopted. Dear colleagues, we have almost finished with our agenda item 8B concerning nominations. I would like to remind you that we have to wait for the consensual text of the draft decision on item 8B.24 and We have to discuss the item 8B.43 on Friday to finish our agenda item 8B. Let's leave them open and move forward with the next agenda item. Dear colleagues, with a heavy agenda, we are approaching the end of today's meeting. I'd like to suggest that we stop here. Once again, let me congratulate the World Heritage Sites inscribed today. I would like to encourage the drafting groups and the informal working groups established for different topics to step up their consultations to forge consensus and bring their outcomes in the next 2 days. Thank you very much for your cooperation and efficiency. We will proceed with items 8D, 8E, and 9A at the beginning of the plenary session. As announced during the Bureau meeting today, due to some arrangement tomorrow on 29th July, I can't meet you, but have to kindly ask His Excellency, Mr. Gross, Distinguished Ambassador of Guatemala and Vice Chairperson, to replace me again in the capacity of Chairperson to preside over the Bureau and the plenary meeting tomorrow. You will meet tomorrow at 11:30 Paris time, and for Bureau members, you will meet at 11 a.m. Before we conclude the meeting today, I give the floor to the Secretariat to see if there are general announcements to make. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have any announcements. You know, the budget group has finished, so and we don't have any side events now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Rosler. Finally, let me extend my profound gratitude to the interpreters for the diligence and the prolonged efforts. So thank you. Have a good rest. See you the day after tomorrow.